Chapter 3599. Enough. If he doesn't even know how to apologize, ask him to scram. Our Zifu army won't keep trash like him. Yu Qilong couldn't stand it anymore. Tangchu Nunnery's appearance really made him lose face. Yu Qilong didn't want to say anything and wanted to give Tang Chunwan some face. However, he had no choice now. Most importantly, Tang Chunwan didn't even have the sincerity to apologize. He didn't have the pride that a centurion should have. Hearing Yu Qilong's words, Tang Chunwan's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Little brother Ling Xiao, I shouldn't have given a random grade because of personal grudges. I shouldn't have instigated the other examiners to do so. Please forgive me." "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Fong Ming looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that he couldn't go overboard. He was content that Tangchu Nunnery had been forced to this extent. Thus, he said, "I'm satisfied." "Good, as long as you're satisfied. Tang Chunwan, and you, Scram, you're disqualified. I'm one of the examiners, and the next one is a Chiliarch." Fong Ming was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble again. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. In fact, his worry was unnecessary. Ling Xiao wanted Tang Chunwan to be humiliated. It was enough for him to fulfill this wish. The two new examiners regraded and gave full marks. In the end, Ling Xiao obtained 400 points and became the most outstanding examiner. Although there were many examiners behind him, no one could surpass Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao defeated Shui Mobing, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. This was a record that no one else could do. "Little sister Qinya, are you satisfied?" Yu Qilong looked at Zi Qinya and asked. "You shouldn't be asking me this question. That little fellow deserves full marks, right? Brother Qilong, your Zifu army has been slacking all these years. How did you get someone like Tang Chunwan?" Zi Qinya sighed. Yu Qilong was slightly embarrassed. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to curry favor with Zilong and Zi Qinya, he wouldn't have interfered in this matter. Even if he knew what Tangchu Nunnery had done, he would at most reprimand her in private. He would not be as strict as he was today. But the truth was that even today, he had shown mercy. Otherwise, this kind of cheating, if it was in the Zifu city, would be a serious crime that would result in a beheading. Ling Xiao was actually benefiting from Zi Qinya. Of course, it was also because he had saved Zilong that he had created this condition for himself. At this moment, the most depressed person was Tangchu Nunnery. An examiner was removed from his position in front of everyone. He even apologized to a kid in front of so many people. He had really lost all his face. But fortunately, he didn't die. This could be considered lucky. If he had reflected on his mistakes because of this matter, then there probably wouldn't have been such a thing. But he didn't. This guy hated Ling Xiao to the core. He wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. He was a dignified centurion who had reached the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. Yet, he was humiliated by a mere 3rd-level Divine Vein realm martial artist. How could he take this lying down? "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Although I was punished, I have many acquaintances in the Purple Mansion army. I can easily use some eye drops on you, and you'll be finished." He thought viciously. Then, he asked his son, Tang Imo, to call Tang Bing. Tang Bing was also in a bad mood. In order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, he had lost his uncle's position as an examiner. "Binger, do you want to take revenge?" Tangchu Nunnery looked at Tang Bing and asked. "Yes, of course I want to. But with my strength, I'm no match for him." "Uncle, you've seen that guy's strength. Even the 6th-level Divine Vein Realm Blood Demon Soldier was no match for him." Tang Bing smiled bitterly. "Look at your cowardice." Tangchu Nunnery said angrily, "Of course I know you're no match for him. But have you forgotten? Many years ago, we once obtained a substitute talisman. It wasn't a talisman made by the spirit augmentation masters of the 4 major regions. It came from the Immortal Court continent. As long as you use it, you can change your identity and appearance with your cousin. It can last for a day. Your cousin is a 7th-level Divine Vein Realm Corporal. Wouldn't killing that kid be as easy as killing an ant?" "That's great. It can actually be done like this. But how can I let my cousin face him?" Tang Bing asked doubtfully. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. In the revival match later, I'll definitely let your cousin face that kid. Tangchu Nunnery believed that he had the ability to do so. Tangamo, are you confident? Tangchu Nunnery looked at his son. Tangamo, father, don't worry. That kid actually embarrassed you and didn't give me any face before. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a chance to deal with him. You gave me such a good opportunity. How can I miss it? I'll definitely kill him. Tangamo nodded. All right, you two go and prepare to change your identities for the following matters. Tangchu Nunnery sneered. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way you can escape from this old man's palm. Ling Xiao had no idea about Tangchu Nunnery's evil plan. After leaving the arena, he continued his cultivation. The following matches were carried out in an orderly manner. In fact, Tangchu Nunnery's evaluation of the other participants was pretty accurate. Apart from Tang Bing and Ling Xiao, there weren't any other problems. Therefore, although there were some who joined in the fun, there wasn't much to say now. Furthermore, the examiner had been changed. Fang Ming's evaluation was obviously more accurate, and his comments were clearer and more accurate. All the warriors were convinced by his evaluation. Finally, all 1,000 men's battles had come to an end. The 200 men with the highest scores stayed behind, while the rest of the participants went back to the audience seating area. The reason why they didn't leave was because they were very interested in the revival match. Of course, before the revival match, Zilong also participated in an exhibition match. In a one-on-one battle, he only used 3 strikes to kill a first divine core puppet. This also proved his strength was not just for show. The reason Zilong did this was to tell everyone that although he was specially recruited, he was strong enough. He was different from Tang Bing. In fact, he had achieved the effect he wanted. For the past few days, Ling Xiao hadn't left the arena. He had been here day and night. Through the analysis and practice of the Tai Chi Eye, he had gained a lot of experience from watching other people's battles, especially Zilong's battle. Although it was just one battle, he had gained a lot from it. Why was his combat technique so much better than others? Aside from the fact that the Tai Chi Eye could accurately calculate, more importantly, he could convert other people's experiences into his own. He hadn't fought for the past few days, but he had gained a lot. Because of the Heart of Gold, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 20%. Although it was only 20%, he had to take a few steps to reach 1,000 miles. Besides, he only needed 100% of the energy. 20% was actually not a small amount. Chapter 3600. Other than the increase in energy in his cultivation sea. More importantly, Ling Xiao's understanding of martial arts had improved significantly. He had reached the transcendent state from the perfected state. This was all thanks to the experience he had gained from others. Next, we will begin the lot drawing ceremony for the revival match. Those who draw the same number will be their opponents. The winner will enter the Purple Mansion Army. Fang Ming looked at the remaining 200 people and announced. At the mention of the lot drawing ceremony, many people frowned. Among these people, there were 2 people they didn't want to meet the most. One was Lu Xiong. Regardless of Lu Xiong's potential, he was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Who would be his match? The other one was Ling Xiao. Lu Xiong was able to defeat the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm using a 1st-level Emperor-class martial technique. The result of the lot drawing surprised Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, the lot drawing should be a match between those with higher and lower scores. This way, the stronger ones would not be eliminated. In other words, someone like Ling Xiao who had 400 points should be the one with the lowest score. However, that was not the case. He had drawn Tang Bing. Looking at the lot drawing, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, this Tangchu Nunnery still refused to give up. He actually wanted Tang Bing to deal with him. However, Tang Bing was so weak that he must have some tricks up his sleeves. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Tangchu Nunnery had up his sleeves. After the lot drawing ceremony, Fang Ming gave the martial artists an hour to rest. Ling Xiao wanted to eat something to calm himself down. However, he met someone. Young Master Zilong. Ling Xiao looked at the young man in front of him and smiled bitterly. If possible, he didn't want to make friends with the king's mansion so soon. After all, it would be difficult to repay a favor. So your name is Ling Xiao. I didn't get the chance to ask for your name last time. Thank you for saving me. Zilong was a straightforward person. He was only 1 year younger than Ling Xiao. But the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that Zilong was like a child. This was probably because he had been through a lot. Ever since Zilong was born, he had always lived in the little purple spirit kingdom. He had never been anywhere else. But he had gone from the heavenly dragon continent to the divine phoenix continent, and then to the white tiger continent. Now, they had even entered the 4 great regions of the black tortoise continent. The things that happened during this period of time were probably beyond Zilong's imagination. Don't mention it. Besides, you helped me just now, right? If it wasn't for you and Ziqianya, I'm afraid General Yu Qilong wouldn't care about such a small matter. Although I can't join the Zifu army here, I can still go to other small countries, but it will still waste some time. Ling Xiao smiled. He was aware of his own limitations. Yu Qilong was a complete stranger to him, so how could he let Tang Chu Nunnery apologize to him? Someone must be helping him from behind. In the entire grandstand, the only person he recognized was Zilong. It's nothing. Yu Qilong is only willing to help because he wants to pursue my sister. In fact, this is what he should do. In my opinion, a Lieutenant General Zifu army has such a centurion. As the commander, he can't escape the blame. Zilong waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I came to you to remind you to be careful of that Tangbing. Don't think that he is still the trash from before. I can feel a different aura from him." I understand. Ling Xiao also had the same feeling. Tangbing was completely different from before. It was as if he had been reborn and become a different person. It's good that you understand. This thing is called the Fire Dragon Mark. Take it. It was made by the Spirit Augmentation Master of the Little Purple Spirit Kingdom. It can release a powerful attack. Basically, martial artists below the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm can't block it. But it's a pity that the Spirit Augmentation Masters of the 4 great regions can't compare to those of the Immortal Court continent. This thing can only be used once. If you need it, don't hesitate and use it directly. Winning is more important. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Zilong took out a strange knife and gave it to Ling Xiao. He said, "After you use it, it will become an ordinary knife. Keep it as a souvenir." I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Ling Xiao didn't want to take Zilong's things, because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Once you owed someone a favor, you would be trapped in it. It must be known that the faction that assassinated Zilong was extremely powerful. If they knew that he saved Zilong, he would be in big trouble. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a Fire Dragon Mark. It's nothing rare. If you want to buy it, you can buy it with 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zilong stuffed the thing into Ling Xiao's hands. Without you, I would be dead. If you don't even accept this, then you are looking down on me. Since Zilong had said so, Ling Xiao could only reluctantly accept it. The moment he touched it, he could feel the aura of a formation on the Fire Dragon Mark. There was also some kind of special energy flowing. However, the fusion of the formation and the flying knife was still lacking. It was far from reaching the level of a magic weapon. I can modify it a little, Ling Xiao thought to himself. In his mountain river world, there were many materials for setting up formations and formations. If he wanted to modify this Fire Dragon Mark, it wouldn't be difficult. What did you say? Zilong was stunned. Nothing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Young Master Zilong, you are the monarch's younger brother. You don't have to risk your life in the Z Mansion army. I heard that the bloody battlefield is very bloody. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. With your talent and the monarch's training, you will become a powerhouse sooner or later. Why take the risk? What about you? You know that the bloody battlefield is so dangerous, but you still go?" Zilong asked with a smile. "I'm different from you. I don't have so many resources, and I don't have the monarch's sister. So I have to work hard on my own. For me, the bloody battlefield is the key to a breakthrough in strength. At the same time as danger, there are also opportunities." Ling Xiao answered, "I see. Let me tell you the truth. I have been stuck at the first divine core realm for too long. I am eager to break through. The bloody battlefield is very important to me." Zilong said in a serious manner, "I can't stay under my sister's protection for the rest of my life. My goal is to become the strongest man in the entire golden heavenly region. Then I'm afraid we are going to be rivals. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You want to become the strongest man in the golden heavenly region as well? Zilong asked excitedly. No, I want to become the strongest man in all 4 regions. I want to go to the next continent. Ling Xiao answered. If someone else said this, Zilong might laugh at that person for overestimating himself. But when it came from Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't find it funny. Instead, he felt it was true. You're really special. Then, I wish both of us the best in realizing our dreams. Zilong extended his hand and shook Ling Xiao's hand. Chapter 36:01. An hour later, the battle finally began. Although Lu Xiong was thought to have insufficient potential, his strength was beyond doubt. Hence, his opponent was defeated in 1 move, and he also successfully entered the Purple Mansion army. In the following battle, the disparity in strength between both sides was actually quite large. Just as Ling Xiao had said, in normal battles, those with higher scores would fight against those with lower scores. Head to tail. Only he and Tang Bing were exceptions. But the further it went, the smaller the disparity between martial artists became, and the battles also became more white-hot. To really pass, one needed to fight with all their might. Luckily, they defeated their opponent with a slight advantage. Very soon, it was Ling Xiao and Tang Bing's turn to battle. Regarding this battle, many people came with the mentality of watching a joke. Tang Bing's trash appearance, they had seen it. Ling Xiao's powerful appearance, they had also seen it. It was very hard to imagine that these 2 people could have a match of more than 1 move. But Ling Xiao did not think so. The feeling that Tang Bing gave him was like a completely different person. This matter was not good. But with the fire dragon mark in hand, he did not care so much in his heart. The 2 people entered the arena at the same time. Tang Bing pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, you and those blind things all said that I entered through the back door. Insulted my father. No, my uncle. Today, I'm going to let you blind things see whether I'm trash or not. Father? This guy is indeed fishy. Ling Xiao frowned, but because there was no evidence, he did not want to risk exposing it either. If he screwed it up, it would not be good for him. Wasn't it just a battle? He had plenty of trump cards and had no fear at all. Are you done with the nonsense? Can you make your move now? Ling Xiao said coolly. Still so arrogant? You won't be able to be arrogant in a while. Tang Bing laughed coldly. His feet trembled, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. This speed was so fast that it gave many people a fright. That's not right. Was this guy so powerful just now? Facing a scarecrow, he couldn't even kill it for half a day. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. This seems to be the strength of a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. It seems like he broke through? Tang Mo fought in Tang Bing's place. He didn't want to reveal his identity, so he suppressed Tang Bing from the start. He felt that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. There was no need to use his true strength. This isn't your true strength, right? Ling Xiao suddenly entered the 9-snake General Beast Soul transformation state. Then, the innate Godfiend Sword Soul was released. Ice Age was also taken out by him. He directly went up and attacked fiercely, not retreating at all. Instant freeze. Ice River 9 turns. After 2 consecutive attacks, Tang Bing was sent flying. You are not qualified to attack me with this kind of strength. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tang Bing in the distance. His feet shook as he launched another attack. Ice Age in his hand turned into a cold sword shadow as he crazily attacked. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and his face was gloomy. This Ling Xiao is really strong. That sword in his hand should be a Divine Emperor artifact. He actually has such a weapon. It seems like his origin isn't simple. Not only that, he can execute a peak-grade king-class martial technique to perfection. It is comparable to a rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. Even if that Tang Bing broke through, it is meaningless. He is still far from being a match for Jiang Yi. He can only be suppressed. Everyone's impression of Ling Xiao was getting better and better. This person seemed to always have endless potential, always able to let others see new things. Damn it, I think you are purely courting death. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and the anger in his heart kept rising. Finally, he couldn't care less about hiding it anymore. The combat strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm burst out. A terrifying aura was released from his body. This is still not your true strength. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye clearly captured the opponent's true strength. It was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm, not at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. He suddenly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Then, he still used the Ice Age to attack his opponent. However, the Ice Age at this time was divided into two. It turned into black and white swords. The divine demon sword soul behind him was shining brightly, and terrifying sword intent was constantly released. Damn it! This guy's peak-grade king-class martial technique is comparable to a rank 1 emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. I can't stop him at all with martial techniques of the same level. Looks like I can only display my trump card martial skill. This was something that Tang Emo, who was pretending to be Tang Bing, didn't expect. He originally thought that he would have the strength to crush Ling Xiao when he released the strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. But now, it seemed like the truth wasn't so. Ling Xiao's strength was still much more terrifying than he imagined. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It seemed like he really had the qualifications to be arrogant. But no matter what, he had to die. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared. He raised his hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique, 9-fold demonic slash. The long saber in his hand suddenly condensed a terrifying power. Then, it slashed down. 9-fold saber chi rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was like 9 waves, each stronger than the previous. The so-called 9-fold demonic slash was a martial technique that Ling Xiao had cultivated before. But in terms of power, it was far inferior to Tang Mo's move. 9-fold attacks, each stronger than the previous. Even if you could block the first attack, you might not be able to block the next 8. An Emperor-class martial technique was an Emperor-class martial technique. Its power was absolutely extraordinary. This was also the only rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique that Tang Emo, as a sergeant, had mastered. Moreover, he was very proud that he had cultivated it to the stage of major success. Generally speaking, a sergeant-level Purple Mansion Realm soldier could be considered a genius if he could master an Emperor-class martial technique and cultivate it to the stage of major success. Tang Emo was obviously not bad. Under the nurturing of his centurion father, Tang Chu, he was still very capable. When everyone saw this scene, they were a little stunned. Was this Tang Bing still the same Tang Bing from before? Not only did his cultivation soar to the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, but he also mastered an Emperor-class martial technique. Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that he had been pretending to be ugly all this time? Did he deliberately let others look down on him? Many people had such thoughts, but there were also people who thought differently. A person might be able to hide his strength, but his fighting style and aura would change. This is impossible. What did that bastard Tang Chu do? He really makes people worry. Fong Ming's face was a little gloomy. It's fine if he doesn't see through it, but if he does, then the Purple Mansion army will lose face again today. However, that Ling Xiao was truly arrogant enough. It was better to let Tang Emo teach him a lesson first. When it's about time, I'll save him and make him owe me a favor. While Fong Ming was thinking about this, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Chapter 3602. Go to hell, you arrogant brat. In his rage, Tang Emo did not show any mercy in this attack. He was aiming to kill Ling Xiao. It was already quite impossible for Ling Xiao to change moves at this time. The black and white swords collided with the 9 layers of saber energy. They were sent flying as soon as they broke through the first layer of saber energy. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Tang Bing is so strong. Don't worry, Ling Xiao hasn't used an Emperor-level martial skill yet. Everyone had seen the Emperor-level martial skill Ling Xiao used against the Blood Demon soldier. They were looking forward to it. Ling Xiao retreated rapidly, but as he retreated, he started to prepare for Demon God's descent. Light and shadow, two different types of energy, bloomed on his body. Then, like a demonic god, he resumed his attacks. The Demon God's descent had reached the transformation stage. Its power was many times stronger than before. 9 Transformation Technique, Demon God's Descent. Kill. Terrifying aura bloomed from the black and white swords. Ling Xiao turned into a black and white light and attacked the 9 layers of saber energy. That's it. That's right. Ling Xiao used this move to defeat the Blood Demon soldier. Many people were excited. In this battle, they were more willing to support Ling Xiao than Tang Bing. No one liked people who cheated to enter the Purple Mansion army. After all, if one cheated, the other person who could enter the Purple Mansion army would be eliminated. Tang Mo's Emperor-level martial skill wasn't weak, but it was only at the great accomplishment stage. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's Emperor-class martial skill was at the same level, it was at the transformation stage. It was much stronger than Tang Mo's Emperor-level martial skill. Therefore, when the black and white sword light met the 9 layers of saber chi, it began to destroy everything in its path. The 9 layers of saber energy kept shattering. Collapse. How is this possible? Tang Mo was completely stunned. He used his strength at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm and his strongest Emperor-class martial skill. Unexpectedly, he was unable to defeat Ling Xiao. Instead, at this moment, his Emperor-level martial skill was crumbling. He did not believe it to be true. However, everything in front of him told him that this was the truth. Whether he believed it or not, it was all the same. With a kacha sound, in the end, the saber chi was directly shattered. I refuse to believe that I can't defeat you. In his panic, Tang Mo finally released his full strength. 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. The terrifying power was completely released. He waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao's attack. However, due to the lack of time, he was unable to use any powerful martial skills. Therefore, after this attack, he still suffered a hidden loss. His body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Tang Mo crawled up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was not far from him. Ling Xiao's attack came again. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of his injury to completely defeat him. But how could he fail so easily? The current him was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. You're not Tang Bing. Ling Xiao did not attack rashly. Since the other party had already reorganized his attack, his next attack had to be cautious. What difference does it make whether I'm Tang Bing or not? Anyway, you're going to die today. Actually daring to injure me like this, I'll let you die without a burial ground. Tang Mo said coldly. You're Tang Mo, the son of Tang Chu Nunnery, the sergeant of the Z Mansion army? Ling Xiao looked at this, Tang Bing, in front of him and said. Tang Mo frowned and said, What? You want to expose me? Of course I want to expose you, but now is not the time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I really want to know how big the difference in strength is between me and a sergeant. Of course, this was not the truth. Most importantly, when facing Tang Mo, he could unleash Emperor-level martial skills without restraint. This way, the energy in his cultivation seat could continue to increase. It should not be far from the next breakthrough. Why wouldn't he grasp such a good opportunity? In any case, he was confident that Tang Mo would not be able to kill him. What's going on? Tang Bing's strength suddenly increased to the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm? Yeah, but that Ling Xiao is also quite powerful. Facing such a powerful Tang Bing, he still has some advantages. Yeah, I noticed that his attacks never have any superfluous movements. Every attack is very reasonable. He's even more outstanding than my master and many seniors I've seen. The only pity is that his cultivation is a little weak. I'm afraid that the next battle will be a tough one. Wait, don't you suspect that Tang Bing is a fake? No matter how much he hides, it's impossible for him to hide his cultivation from the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm to the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Besides, he wasn't this strong when he attacked the Scarecrow. So what if we suspect? He has a Centurion uncle. Haha, Do you think the examiners can't see through this? Why didn't they stop him? Are they stupid? Previously, Ling Xiao made the Purple Mansion army lose face. They should take this opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. But if this matter is exposed, the Purple Mansion army will lose even more face. Besides, their loss of face has nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Isn't it because of the dirty things they did? Who knows what these people are thinking? They probably want to save Ling Xiao when he's severely injured. This way, Ling Xiao won't say anything out of gratitude. There were still some people in the crowd who understood what the Purple Mansion army was planning. But would things really develop as they expected? Tang Chuyuan sat in the crowd and felt uncomfortable. If Tang Emo couldn't kill Ling Xiao before he was exposed, it would be troublesome. But from the looks of it, his son, Tang Emo, might be injured, but his injuries weren't as serious as he imagined. With Tang Mo's cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, even if there was a gap in martial techniques, he should still be able to win against Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, who would dare to speak of this matter? Others didn't have Ling Xiao's guts. Tang Emo naturally knew this as well. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, if you don't expose me now, you won't have the chance. Next, you will die in my hands. I know you have the strength of a 7th level Divine Vein Realm cultivator, but you want to kill me? Save it. If I just want to save my life, not to mention you, even your father, Tang Chuyuan, can't kill me." Ling Xiao looked calmly at Tang Emo. What shameless boasting. Tang Emo snorted and waved the saber in his hand again. It was still the 9-fold demonic slash, but its power was obviously more than 10 times stronger than before. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his true essence with all his might. Then, he blasted out the descent of gods and demons. But this time, he was defeated miserably. After all, his opponent was a 7th level Divine Vein Realm cultivator. Although his martial skills were slightly inferior to his strength was much stronger than his. Chapter 3603. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying. He rolled on the ground several times before he regained his balance. More blood flowed out of his mouth. However, the cultivation C in his body had suffered a heavy blow because he had used an Emperor-grade martial skill. His potential suddenly exploded. It had reached 50%. It's still worth it. Fortunately, I have the Black Tortoise Divine Body, which is at the peak of the King level. Together with the armor formed by the shape-shifting divine weapon, my defense is enough to offset half of the damage from the Emperor-level martial skill. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off his face and stood up again. Still not dead. Tang Emo was obviously anxious. Ling Xiao was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He still couldn't kill him. Tang Emo was a martial artist in the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He could use the Emperor-level martial skill about 7 times. Any more, and he wouldn't have enough true essence. He had used it twice, but he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. How could he not be anxious? However, being anxious was not a solution. The only thing he could do now was to kill Ling Xiao with the most terrifying attack. Another 9-fold demonic chop slashed down. This time, Ling Xiao changed his move. 7 swords surrounded his body. Then, they burst out. The power of the 7 swords combined into one was even stronger than a transcendent stage fiend god. So this time, Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage. But it was much better than before. He wasn't sent flying in a sorry state. He just took a few steps back and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Damn it, go to hell. Tang Emo was about to go crazy. He waved his saber again and slashed at Ling Xiao crazily. This was the 4th time he used the Emperor-level martial skill. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The Purple Mansion army didn't like a picky kid. The Zifu army liked people who were obedient and followed their orders. So even if he killed Ling Xiao, the Purple Mansion army wouldn't blame him. I want to see how many more times you can hold on. Tang Emo believed that Ling Xiao was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight and wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As for his Emperor-class martial skill, including this one, he still had 4 chances to use it. Brother Qilong, there's something wrong with that person, right? Zilong said to Yu Qilong. He was really worried about Ling Xiao. There weren't many friends who could catch Zilong's attention, and Ling Xiao was one of them. With a cultivation base of the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, Jiang Chun had the courage to save him from a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a new light. Even if Ling Xiao had other motives, it still required a great deal of courage. Zilong, you don't have to worry about this. Your big brother Qilong knows what he's doing. Perhaps Si Qinya felt that she had meddled too much today. Previously, he had forced Yu Qilong to make Tangchu Nunnery apologize. It was better for her not to talk too much, so that Yu Qilong wouldn't be unhappy. As the ruler of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, she still had to consider the safety of her kingdom. After all, Yu Qilong was in charge of 1 million Purple Mansion army, and this army was much stronger than the local army. If Yu Qilong was really pissed off, he would just label you as a rebel, then kill you without asking for permission. You wouldn't be able to reason with him. Don't worry, he won't be defeated so easily, Su Mingzhen said with a smile. How do you know? Yu Qilong looked at Su Mingzhen and said, I really don't think a 3rd-level Divine Vein warrior can survive the attack of a 7th-level Divine Vein warrior. Of course, Yu Qilong didn't know that Ling Xiao had the Fire Dragon mark given to him by Zilong. It was something that could severely injure any warrior below the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. In fact, Zilong was wondering why Ling Xiao hadn't used the Fire Dragon mark. Could it be that he didn't know how to use it? Or did he think it was unnecessary? Your attack seems to have become much weaker. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao sneered and finally used his trump card. The terrifying plague spread and entered Tang Mo's body through his wounds. It almost caused him to fail when he condensed the 9-layered demonic slash. What the hell is this? Tang Mo was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. It made his blood boil, and he couldn't control it. The terrifying plague was constantly infecting and devouring his blood and true yuan. He had no choice but to use 10% of his true yuan to suppress it. Only then did he obtain temporary relief. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, he discovered that Ling Xiao's aura had become stronger again. Boom. First, it was the Fiend God descent. The innate Fiend God sword soul behind Ling Xiao released a black and white radiance. A frenzied sword chi surged. It gave Tang Mo a fright. And this wasn't the end. Ling Xiao's surroundings were half filled with holy white light, and the other half with layers of demonic shadows. The combination of Fiend God and God, the contradictory power completely condensed on this youth. Ling Xiao finally used his most powerful attack at the moment. It was the second move of the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique. First appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack. A strange space, a strange power. The black and white swords in Ling Xiao's hands seemed to transform into Fiend God and God. Monarch's Descent Arena. 2 terrifying auras merged into one. Finally, it was released. The terrifying power caused the entire arena to shake. And this was in the 4 major regions. If it was in the western region, the entire sky would probably collapse. The spatial laws of the 4 major regions were really incomparably stable. Fiend God Descent was just the opening move. This move was the true first move. It fused the power of Fiend God Descent. It was terrifying to the extreme. How can this be? Everyone was shocked, including Yu Qilong in the stands, and Fang Ming in the examiner's seat. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying martial technique? This power was probably comparable to a 2nd-level Emperor-class martial technique. It was really too terrifying. In an instant, 3 of the 9 Revolutions' demonic slashes saber chi were shattered. Then, it continued to shatter. So what if you know a 2nd-level Emperor-class martial technique? Not to mention that you don't. I'm a 7th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist. You're not my match. Seeing that the saber chi of the 9 Revolutions' demonic slash was about to be completely shattered, Tang Mo roared. He actually slashed out again. The 5th slash. It was still the 9 Revolutions' demonic slash. The power actually overlapped with the previous 9 Revolutions' demonic slash and collided with Ling Xiao's vast attack. Smoke and dust on the ground of the entire arena crazily swirled up. The stands began to shake. This terrifying scene lasted for a full few minutes. The two separated at the same time. They retreated more than 10 steps back. This exchange actually ended in a draw. For the first time, Ling Xiao was not injured when facing Tang Mo, who was at the 7th level of the divine vein realm. He suddenly closed his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. The door of breakthrough began to open again. He's actually comprehending? When everyone saw Ling Xiao close his eyes, they all had the same thought. Tang Bing, kill him. Don't let him break through. In the stands, Tang Chuan suddenly shouted without caring about his image. Because he was very clear that once Ling Xiao broke through, even Tang Imo could not possibly be this brat's match. After all, Ling Xiao, who was at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm cultivation, already made Tang Imo feel overwhelmed, let alone a 4th level of the divine vein realm cultivation. Chapter 3604. Hearing Tang Chunwan shout, Tang Imo charged forward like a madman. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao broke through at all costs. But how could Ling Xiao let him interrupt his breakthrough? Seeing Tang Imo charging over, Ling Xiao sneered. The fire dragon insignia appeared in his hand. This item could only harm martial artists below the 7th level of the divine vein realm. If he didn't use it now, it wouldn't be useful in the future. It was perfect to kill Tang Imo. Tang Imo was only 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was still immersed in his breakthrough. Barbarian Bear, who was watching the show, was so nervous that he didn't dare to watch. Tang Chunwan was also so nervous that he didn't want to sit down. Whoosh! A fire dragon flashed in the air. Tang Imo didn't have any reaction and fell to the ground. Blood dyed his throat red, and flames began to burn his body. The substitute talisman lost its effect at this moment. Tang Imo revealed his true face. That's not Tang Bing. Tang Imo, that's squad leader Tang Imo. Damn, the Z Mansion army cheated again. How shameless. It's that Tang Chunwan again. So what if he cheated? A 7th level divine vein realm martial artist couldn't defeat a 3rd level divine vein realm martial artist. This is too embarrassing. Looking at the burning corpse, everyone was shocked. Tang Chunwan had already rushed to the arena and extinguished the flames on Tang Mo's body. But it was useless. Tang Mo's throat was pierced, and he was already dead. You actually killed my son Tang Imo. Holding Tang Mo's corpse, Tang Chunwan's eyes were red, and he fell into extreme anger. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and was still in the midst of his breakthrough. Ling Xiao killed Tang Imo on purpose. Anyway, whether Tang Imo died or not, this old fart Tang Chunwan wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why didn't he kill him? He wasn't naive enough to think that if he didn't kill Tang Imo, Tang Chunwan would let him go. I'll kill you. Tang Chunwan roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao held the fire dragon spear in his hand and released it for the 2nd time. He had already modified the fire dragon mark during the 1 hour of rest. Although its power did not increase, the number of times it could be used had increased from 1 to 3 times. Although he couldn't kill Tang Chunwan, he could obstruct her for a while. However, at this moment, Fong Ming finally made his move. He blocked Tang Chunwan's attack and said coldly, Tang Chunwan, what do you want to do? Captain, he killed my son. He killed my son. Tang Chuan roared. I really want to know how Tang Bing became Tang Imo. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Fong Ming knew that Tang Chu nunnery was very sad, but the fact that Tang Imo had replaced Tang Bing was exposed. He let everyone see it. If he couldn't handle it well, it would definitely turn into a public opinion accident. When the time comes, the news will spread to the Purple Mansion Royal City. Not only would he be in trouble, but Yu Qilong would also be transferred away. This was a big deal. Even though he knew that Tangchu nunnery was very sad, he still had to do what needed to be done. I'll explain. Tang Chunwan couldn't explain. He had only himself to blame for all this. Since you can't explain, I'll just pretend that you don't know. Tang Imo replaced Tang Bing without permission. Tang Bing will be blacklisted and will never be recruited by the Zifu army. Tang Imo deserved to die. He will be stripped of all the privileges of the Zifu army and expelled from the Zifu army. Fong Ming said loudly. His decision was also out of helplessness. Although he was really unwilling to do so, after all, he still had old feelings for Tangchu nunnery. He had already given Tang Chunwan a lot of face by not implicating him. Are you convinced? Fong Ming asked. I am convinced. Although Tang Chunwan was very angry, he knew that Fong Ming was helping him. As long as he was alive, he would still have the chance to kill Ling Xiao after Ling Xiao joined the Zifu army. Boom. At this moment, an explosive aura rushed out from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He was very happy. He had broken through. 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was a huge improvement. Ling Xiao is really capable. He was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he was able to block so many attacks from Tang Emo, who was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. The most terrifying thing was that he actually broke through in the middle of the battle. Good heavens, this is too amazing. Yeah, I'm afraid that he is the only one who can do such a thing. Nonsense, it's already very rare to be able to challenge someone 1 level higher. To be able to challenge someone 2 levels higher is already a peerless genius. This Ling Xiao might have one with the Fire Dragon mark, but killing a 6th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist shouldn't be a problem for him. Tang Chunwan left with Tang Mo's corpse. Fong Ming looked at Ling Xiao. His expression was a little complicated. He wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to be in danger before suddenly saving Ling Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao would owe him a favor. He would owe the Zifu army a favor and not expose Tang Mo's identity. But he didn't expect that. In just an instant, the situation was reversed. Ling Xiao actually killed Tang Mo. This made him somewhat unprepared. You really know how to give us a difficult problem. Forget it. Tang Mo might have replaced Tang Bing, but you were able to defeat him. It is enough to prove that you are qualified to enter the Zifu army. From today onwards, you are a member of the Zifu army. Go over there and wait. Fong Ming's heart was in a mess. He didn't know how to face Ling Xiao and his old subordinate, Tang Chunwan. But the test was still going on. He could only put these matters aside. Many thanks, Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and walked out of the arena. He could still see Tang Chunwan in the crowd, staring at him with vicious eyes. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his middle finger at Tang Chunwan. Old man, if you are capable, then come and kill me now. He hoped that Tang Chunwan would make a move now. This way, the Zifu army would have no choice but to deal with Tang Chunwan. They might even kill him on the spot. It was a pity that Tang Chunwan was rather cunning. He knew that it wouldn't be beneficial to make a move now. So even though his heart was filled with anger, he still endured it. Ling Xiao sneered. If Tang Chunwan dared to make trouble for him, he would dare to kill Tang Chunwan. He was this kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his current cultivation, it would be a bit difficult to kill Tang Chunwan. But one more breakthrough and it would be enough. Anyway, now that he had joined the Zifu army, the speed of his improvement should be even faster. For Ling Xiao, many people despised and mocked him from the beginning. Now, it turned into admiration and even reverence. This kid was too terrifying. Not to mention that he killed the Blood Demon soldiers in one move. Even Tang Mo and the squad leader were killed, although he still used the Fire Dragon mark in the end. But one must know that after his breakthrough, Tang Mo was definitely not his opponent. Ling Xiao killing Tang Mo was only a small interlude. Although there were some problems, Fong Ming managed to save some face for the Z Mansion army after dealing with it in time. Chapter 3605. The following battles still attracted a lot of people's attention. Finally, after all the battles were over, the 100 warriors who once stayed in the promotion area. As for the rest, although they were unwilling, they could only choose to leave. If they couldn't do it this year, they could only wait for the next year. Anyway, the lifespan of a warrior was quite long. It was only a year, so they naturally wanted to become stronger. More than 1 million people and hundreds of thousands of spectators left. This caused the originally crowded arena to become much more deserted in an instant. Now, only the Purple Mansion army and the 100 people who passed the assessment were left here. No, it should be 101 people. Because there was still Zilong, who was specially recruited. The recruits stood below. They were surrounded by the Purple Mansion army in purple spirit armor. Their whole body emitted a bloody, murderous aura. At first glance, it was obvious that each of them was an executioner who had killed many people. But soldiers were like this. Their responsibility was to fight. Feeling the murderous aura released by these people, some of the recruits were trembling. However, there were even more people who remained calm. Although their expressions had changed slightly, many of them had killed many people before. For example, Lu Shtong, and Ling Xiao. Rookies, don't you feel happy? Fang Ming looked at the 100 people in front of him and asked with a smile. But don't be happy too early. In the following days, you will receive the cruelest test. You may die. You may leave. In the end, less than half of you may stay. Now, I'll give you a chance. You can leave now. Otherwise, if you stay, you can't be a deserter. There is only one way for deserters, and that is to die. No one wanted to leave. It wasn't easy to stay. Who would leave so easily? Well, since you all want to stay, then I won't talk nonsense. The recruit period is 1 month. You will be assigned to 5 Kiliarchs and belong to 5 battalions. These 5 Kiliarchs are all my subordinates. Next, I will distribute the 100 of you into 5 groups according to your results. Each group has 20 people. You will belong to whichever Chiliarch you are assigned to. For the following training, I won't ask about it. Everything will be handled by the Kiliarchs. Of course, because the recruit period was a little special, there would be a special recruit captain who would be responsible for supervising the training and life of these 100 recruits. This mission was given to Captain Yin Bing. Yin Bing, is it all right to leave the allocation to you? No problem. Yin Bing nodded. All right then. Zilong, come with me. It's not suitable for you to waste time here. Fang Ming glanced at Zilong and said, yes. Zilong had joined the Purple Mansion army to train himself, but his goal was only the bloody battlefield. He was not interested in military life. After the two left, Yin Bing began to distribute the items. The 100 new recruits were divided into 5 groups and added to the 5 Kiliarchs. These 5 Kiliarchs were not new faces, because they had all appeared in the arena. A few of them were even invigilators. Ling Xiao and 20 of them were assigned to a Chiliarch called Cheng Qian. This Chiliarch called Cheng Qian had a warm smile on his face, which made the 20 people heave a sigh of relief. It was very important to have a good boss when one had just joined the Purple Mansion army. There were all kinds of people in the Purple Mansion army. Those who liked to beat and scold the new recruits. Those who liked to order the new recruits around. Those who liked to humiliate the new recruits. All sorts of people. In this place, no one would be able to help you even if you called for help. Unless you became stronger, no one could help you. Cheng Qian seemed to be a good person. Among you, who is called Ling Xiao? Cheng Qian suddenly asked. Me. Ling Xiao did not know why he asked this, but he still had to answer. Oh, I see. Return to the group. Cheng Qian glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently with a smile on his face. But in his mind, he recalled the scene when Tangchu Nunnery complained to him. Tangchu Nunnery and he were in the same batch of comrades who joined the Purple Mansion army. The two of them had formed a deep friendship on the bloody battlefield. And this time, Tangchu Nunnery gave him an excellent treasure. She only asked him to teach this guy called Ling Xiao a lesson. With Ling Xiao as his subordinate, it was actually very easy for him to deal with them. Without batting an eyelid, he could make this brat beg for death. Cheng Qian, let me warn you. You and Tangchu Nunnery are good friends, but you can't take revenge on him. Ling Xiao is a rare genius. He is a good addition to the Purple Mansion army. If I find out that you are against him, don't blame me. Yin Bing was appointed as the inspector of recruits by Fang Ming. She was in charge of the training and daily life of these 100 recruits. This was her responsibility, so she had to remind Cheng Qian. Otherwise, if something happened, she would be responsible. Haha, don't worry, Inspector Yin Bing. I know how to distinguish between public and private affairs. Cheng Qian smiled. I hope so. Let's go. Yin Bing waved her hand. Cheng Qian led Ling Xiao and the other 20 people to the inner city. The inner city was where the Purple Mansion army was stationed. It was also where they trained. There were no separate barracks for new recruits. The new recruits and the veterans all lived together. It was said that this made it easier for the recruits to integrate into the Purple Mansion army. The moment he walked into the inner city, Ling Xiao immediately felt a powerful aura coming towards him. There were 1,000,000 Purple Mansion army here. There were a lot of them. After the reorganization, the weakest Purple Mansion army was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ling Xiao and the other 100 people couldn't be seen at all. Other than the new barracks, there were also many veteran barracks. The division was very clear. Every barracks was led by a Chiliarch. There were about 1,000 people in total. Basically, there would be 10 centurions and 100 decarches under them. Some might have a few more, while some might have one or two fewer. That was a special case. From today onwards, Ling Xiao and the other 19 people would become Cheng Qian's battling dragon barracks. Every barracks was separated from each other and wouldn't interfere with each other. There were tall walls blocking the way. It was said that this was to prevent conflicts between barracks. It was also to prevent people from secretly learning martial arts between barracks. Anyway, no one knew why it was done in the first place. Anyway, all the barracks were separated. The battling dragon barracks was one of the barracks closest to the inner city. It was one of the weaker barracks. However, it wasn't surprising. The battling dragon barracks was responsible for nurturing new recruits. Therefore, it was natural that they were weaker. Moreover, Cheng Qian's strength wasn't considered top-notch among the Kiliarchs. Even so, the battling dragon barracks was already beyond the imagination of a rookie like Ling Xiao. There were over 1,000 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists, 100 decarches at the 7th-level Divine Vein Realm, and 10 centurions at the 8th-level Divine Vein Realm. There was also a Chiliarch at the 9th-level Divine Vein Realm. Such strength was still very powerful. Chapter 3606. The other battalions are in the same situation as the battling dragon camp in terms of leadership. Therefore, the difference lies in the ordinary soldiers. At this moment, in the plaza of the battling dragon camp, all 1,000 veterans had already gathered there. They are waiting for Cheng Qian's lecture. Because these 20 people would be assigned to each team, it would still be a bit troublesome. Decarches will lead 10 people. Centurions will lead 100 people and have 10 decarches under them. Kiliarchs will lead 1,000 people and have 10 centurions under them. Basically, all battalions are structured like this. Now, let's assign the 20 new recruits. Decarches with less than 10 people in your team, step forward. Cheng Qian is very satisfied with the veteran's reaction. He likes the feeling of being respected and revered. Yes, dozens of decarches walk out from the battle formation. In the Purple Mansion Army, it is very normal to have a shortage of people, because in the bloody battlefield, people will die every time. In addition, some soldiers will be promoted to decarches, centurions, or even Kiliarchs because of their outstanding performance. This will cause a shortage of people in the team. Therefore, the rule of only recruiting 100 people every year has already been condemned by many people. They feel that this rule is unable to fill the gap in the Purple Mansion Army. The higher-ups of the Purple Mansion Army have already accepted this criticism and are preparing to recruit 10,000 new recruits for every 100,000 soldiers starting from next year. Of course, this is under the condition that their strength reaches the standard. If their strength doesn't reach the standard, it is better to go without than to have something substandard. However, this kind of thing doesn't have much to do with Ling Xiao anymore. He is already a member of the Purple Mansion Army. He only needs to think about how to increase his strength. Chiliarch, I heard that a rookie actually killed Dekarch Tangamo. Why don't you let this guy join my team? It just so happens that I am lacking people here. Without waiting for Cheng Qian to assign people, someone suddenly stands up and says loudly. Cheng Qian glanced at the man, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. Lei Bao is the fiercest Dekarch in the battling dragon camp. He is also the most strict Dekarch when it comes to new recruits. Moreover, it is said that Lei Bao is very good at exploiting his subordinates. He promised to help Tangchu Nunnery teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, if it is too obvious, it will be disadvantageous for him. Yinbing would definitely complain to Feng Ming. Hence, it would be better to place Ling Xiao under Lei Bao. Once he was there, Ling Xiao could forget about developing. In fact, all he had to do was secretly send a message to Ling Xiao, and Lei Bao would think of a way to kill him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded and said, "In that case, Ling Xiao, you can join Lei Bao's team?" Yes. Ling Xiao didn't know what Cheng Qian was thinking, but now that he knew, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it one step at a time. In any case, with his vengeful character, if Lei Bao dared to mess with him, he would definitely kill Lei Bao. He wasn't the kind of person who would let himself be taken advantage of. The thunder leopard looked extremely ferocious, like a wild beast. There were many scars on his body. At a glance, one could tell that he was a very valiant martial artist. He had probably fought many times in the bloody battlefield. No one felt that there was anything wrong with such a distribution. After all, Lei Bao was the one who had requested it. Cheng Qian was just going with the flow. The others didn't want a thorn like Ling Xiao, so everything was reasonable. After that, Cheng Qian finished distributing the remaining 19 people. Then, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can all disperse. Do what you need to do. But there's one thing, it's best to take it easy on the new recruits. Don't go overboard. It's not good to kill them. After all, our battling dragon camp is very short of people. Also, new members will receive a set of peak general level martial arts and a set of purple spirit armor. Sergeants, come and collect them." Yes. After all, the army was the army. No matter how fierce they were, discipline was the most important thing. It was very important to follow orders and prohibitions. Lei Bao and the others went to collect the equipment. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, left with the veterans. The people under Lei Bao looked a little submissive, but they were still relatively friendly to the newcomer. "Lei Bao, that Ling Xiao killed Tang Mo. How do you want to deal with him?" After everyone left, Cheng Qian deliberately asked Lei Bao to stay behind. "What do you want me to do, Chiliarch?" Lei Bao asked. "You can't even do such a small thing. Do you still need me to teach you?" Cheng Qian said coldly, "Tang Chu Nunnery is my old comrade and your old superior. Tang Mo is your colleague. He used to be a sergeant in our battling dragon camp. I don't think I need to say anything more. You won't let that kid have an easy time, right?" "Hee hee, don't worry, Chiliarch. I promise to take care of him quietly. It definitely won't affect you, Chiliarch, or Centurion Tang Chu Nunnery." Lei Bao laughed. "That's good. Go, give the things to Ling Xiao. We still have to do some superficial things. We can't let others think that we're deliberately targeting him." "Yes, you're the hero who killed that bastard Tang Mo?" At Lei Bao's team's residence. At this time, Lei Bao was not there. The other 8 people were surrounding Ling Xiao, looking very excited. "That's right. I killed Tang Mo, but how is he a bastard?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Tang Mo, that dog, is close friends with our Sergeant Lei Bao. That kid has a fetish for men. Not only does he insult the people in his team, he also insults us. Lei Bao doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. He's happy to see it happen. You killed Tang Mo. It can be considered as revenge for our brothers." One of them said, "I really didn't expect Tang Mo to have such a fetish." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. It's a pity that Tang Mo is dead, but Lei Bao is still alive. This guy is even more ferocious and terrifying than Tang Mo. All the military merits we earned will be exploited by him. All the things we got from the bloody battlefield will be snatched away by him. If we don't give it to him, we'll beat him to death. As a sergeant, he has this privilege. As long as we don't beat him to death, he'll be fine." Another person said angrily, "Does the Centurion or Chiliarch not care?" Ling Xiao asked. "The Centurion is Tang Chu Nunnery. Do you think he will care? As for the Chiliarch, Tang Chu Nunnery is his old comrade. The two of them have an extremely good relationship. How do you think he will deal with these things?" Another person said disdainfully, F***CK. If it were me, I would work together to kill these two even if I have to give up my Purple Mansion army. Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill him, but you will be punished by the military. In the Purple Mansion army, ordinary soldiers are not allowed to beat up officers. They can only challenge or kill them on the bloody battlefield." "Challenge?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Yes, challenge. Only one-on-one. As long as you win, you can become a sergeant. Unfortunately, the 8 of us can't. If you can kill Tang Mo, you should be able to defeat Lei Bao, right? I used the Fire Dragon Mark to kill Tang Mo. From what you said, I can't use the Fire Dragon Mark in a challenge." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Then there's no other way. Unless we meet on the bloody battlefield, who can be his opponent?" The hope that had just been ignited was extinguished again. Chapter 3607. Ling Zhao's sympathy for these 8 people had already turned into indifference. These 8 people only hoped that someone would come and save them. They didn't dare to resist. If it were him, even if he had to risk his life, he would go to hell with Tang Mo and Lei Bao. One's character determined one's achievements in the martial Tao. This saying was absolutely true. When some people encountered difficulties, they would still press forward. But when some people encountered difficulties, they would stop. This was the difference. I see that you don't seem to care. You probably don't know how scary Lei Bao is. One of them shook his head and said, the fire dragon mark can only be used once. You used it on Tang Mo. You can't use it on Lei Bao anymore. So, you can only accept the same fate as us and be bullied. You are tortured every day, but you don't dare to leave the Zifu army. You are better off dead. I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Only by resigning yourself to adversity will you be met with contempt and disdain from others, or even tortured and humiliated. I will say the same thing again. If he doesn't follow the rules, he will put pressure on me. I won't tolerate it. At most, we will all die together. You can only say that. When Lei Bao comes back, you won't dare to be so arrogant. One of them sighed and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. I thought there was hope. Who knew it would be another despair? Your room is over there. Go tidy it up and move in. That person was whipped to death by Lei Bao. No, he accidentally fell to death. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Ling Xiao sighed secretly. Lei Bao was a corporal, but he dared to kill. After killing someone even helped him cover up his lie. He said he fell to death. No wonder these 8 people could only be bullied. Actually, the 8 of them were all at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. They were very powerful. If they worked together, it would be easy to kill Lei Bao. But they didn't. They probably didn't even think about it. They really deserved to be bullied. Ling Xiao walked into his room. The room was very dirty. Things were scattered all over the floor. The previous owner had died a long time ago. No one cleaned up this place. On the wall, there were even words written with blood. Those words were filled with grief and indignation. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened the door and went out. Where is Lei Bao's room? He asked loudly. It's the best room. The 8 of them pointed at the same time, but none of them realized what Ling Xiao was going to do. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he walked straight over. He broke the lock on the door and walked in. The corporal's room was indeed different. Not only was it spacious, it even had a secret room specially used for cultivation. He walked over and opened the secret room, but he was surprised to find that there were more than 10 young girls in the secret room. I beg of Lord Lei Bao, please let us go, I beg of you. Perhaps he mistook Ling Xiao for Lei Bao. The girls hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao could roughly guess what was going on, but he still asked. The girls looked at each other. Finally, one of them walked out. We are all children from good families near Purple Spirit Capital. We were kidnapped and sent here. I was at my wedding ceremony last month. I was kidnapped and sent here. I still have a younger brother and sister to take care of. Without me, they will starve to death. I am already married. That hateful Lei Bao. How can he disregard the law? After someone took the lead, the others followed. Although Ling Xiao was not a great immortal who saved people from suffering, he was still filled with disgust towards Lei Bao when he heard what these women said. This guy is really a jerk. He sighed softly and said to everyone, come out, everyone, pack up first. I will report to the Chiliarch later and send you all away. Since he could save people, and it was just a matter of convenience, why not do it? Lei Bao chose him to teach him a lesson. The more enraged Lei Bao, the more he should do it. The girls were stunned. Then, they ran out of the secret room and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed and let them pack up. He picked up a book from Lei Bao's table and walked out. The book talked about the organization, discipline, and facilities of the Purple Mansion Army in Chaoyang City. He should take a look. He didn't want to miss anything. When he was almost done, he felt a little regretful. He joined the Purple Mansion Army to enter the Blood Battlefield. But the book didn't mention anything about the Blood Battlefield. It seemed that it was still too early for new recruits to enter the Blood Battlefield. He decided to ask Lei Bao about it later. He should enter the Blood Battlefield as soon as possible and improve his cultivation. When it was about time, he could go to the Purple Mansion Imperial City. To him, the Purple Spirit Capital City was just a stepping stone. What are you doing here? All of a sudden, a thunderous voice rang out. Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao with an ugly expression. The other 8 people followed behind Lei Bao with trepidation. They looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy, waiting for the corporal to come back. Ling Xiao put the book in his hand aside and smiled. "Hey kid, you know what's good for you. Here you go." Lei Bao sneered. As long as Ling Xiao was obedient, he could get a tool to earn military merits for him. It was a pity to kill him so early. So, he gave the purple spirit armor, the purple mansion army token, and the king-level martial technique to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the king-level martial technique indifferently. This thing was meaningless to him, but it would still be useful to the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire in the future. So, he kept it. As for the purple spirit armor, it was a good thing. The lowest grade purple spirit armor could increase a martial artist's combat power by 2 times. This combat power included attack power and defense power. It could be worn until the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Once the cultivation reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, the low-grade purple spirit armor would be meaningless. To Ling Xiao, anything that could increase his combat power was good. His cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, so the purple spirit armor could still help him. It was better than nothing. Also, twice the combat power was not a small amount. Apart from these 2 things, there was the purple mansion army token. This was a symbol of identity. It was also the key to entering the blood battlefield. Without this thing, he couldn't enter the blood battlefield and couldn't record military merits. He put the purple mansion soldier waist tag and the Peak King level martial skill into his storage ring. As for the purple spirit armor, he put it on. The purple spirit armor had an invisible function. If you don't like it, you can make it transparent. Chapter 3608. After the purple spirit armor became invisible, others would only see you as wearing ordinary clothes. But the actual effect was still there. It was also very convenient to operate. One only needed to think, and he could give an order. The purple spirit armor was a good thing. As Ling Xiao encountered stronger and stronger martial artists, his advantage in martial techniques would gradually disappear. The advantage in martial soul level would also become smaller and smaller. This purple spirit armor could make up for those. The lowest level was already so powerful. How powerful was the purple spirit armor worn by Yu Qilong? At this time, a voice suddenly came from the room. "Lord Ling, we are ready." Hearing this voice, Lei Bao's face suddenly changed. "You, what did you do?" Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy. This guy would definitely not be obedient. "Ask me what I did? I'd like to ask you, why are you hiding so many beautiful women in your cultivation room? And every one of them was abducted. What do you think will happen to you if this gets out?" Ling Xiao looked at Lei Bao and smiled faintly. "You, kid, dare to threaten me." Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao gloomily and said, "Do you know what the consequences of threatening me and offending me are? Don't you just want to talk about death?" Ling Xiao said casually, "You have been a corporal for a long time. Why don't you give up your position? Looks like you are really courting death." Lei Bao's face was gloomy to the extreme. From the day he became a corporal here, no one dared to go against his orders. Even if this order was not in line with military discipline, no one dared to say a word. Unexpectedly, this guy called Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten him in front of so many people. "If I kill you, no one will know what I did." Boom. Terrifying vital essence was activated, and a terrifying aura bloomed from Lei Bao's body. He was like a fierce cheetah, turning into a whirlwind to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, he planned to slowly torture Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, he had to kill it as soon as possible. This was because he was well aware of the consequences of what he had done. "Ling Xiao, just admit defeat. There's no need to go against Corporal Lei Bao." One of the 8 men hurriedly shouted. Lei Bao's fury made them tremble in fear. It was as if they were reminded of the terror of their comrade who had committed suicide. "It's useless to admit defeat. Today, I must kill him." The thunder leopard bellowed as it arrived 1 meter away from Ling Xiao. "Kill me? Can you kill him?" Ling Xiao suddenly took out the fire dragon mark. Lei Bao was startled. His body, which was originally charging out, quickly retreated. "What do you want? Do you want to murder Shangguan? This is a serious crime." He roared. What a joke. You want to kill me, so why can't I kill you? Ling Xiao mocked. Lei Bao frowned as he suddenly thought of something. Don't use this used fire dragon mark to scare me. You used it to kill Tang Mo. You can't use it a second time. I was almost fooled by you. The thunder leopard suddenly laughed. Is that so? Then you can try. Ling Xiao held the fire dragon mark in his hand and smiled faintly. As for the 8 men, they were already trembling in fear. This Ling Xiao is really crazy. He actually dares to go against Corporal Lei Bao? I think he's simply courting death. That fire dragon mark is clearly used. Corporal Lei Bao is not afraid at all. Next, he's going to be miserable. I think he really won't survive today. Sigh, it's better to be a coward. He can still live like us. As the saying goes, it's better to live a bad life than a good death. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao was really angry that they were not fighting for it. In his opinion, rather than living like a walking corpse, he might as well go all out and give it his all. Otherwise, living is no different from dying. And if he fought, he might not die. Kid, no matter what, don't think of leaving here alive today. Killing you is also a good way to explain to the higher-ups. Lei Bao sneered and charged at Ling Xiao again. He was sure that the fire dragon mark in Ling Xiao's hand could no longer be used. Because in the Purple Spirit Capital, in the entire 4 major regions, he had never heard of a fire dragon mark that could be used more than twice. Of course, his vision was limited to the Purple Kingdom, but he was still very sure. You're not afraid that I have 2 or 3 fire dragon marks? Ling Xiao looked at the thunder leopard, still smiling faintly. That's even more impossible. This kind of item made by a spirit augmentation master is incomparably precious. Each one is worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. I'm already surprised that you're lucky enough to have one of them. 2 or 3. Do you think I'm stupid? Using this kind of thing to threaten me, you've really misjudged me. I'm not afraid. The thunder leopard sneered, completely not stopping his charge. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth also curled into a cruel sneer. Maybe the thunder leopard was right. But after his modification, the fire dragon mark could be used 3 times. Lei Bao was probably not the only one who didn't think of this. Even the other people in the Purple Mansion army didn't think of this. He waited for the thunder leopard to charge over. He wanted the thunder leopard to have no chance to dodge. Of course, he wouldn't kill the thunder leopard to avoid causing trouble for himself. But it was still possible to seriously injure the thunder leopard and control him with the soul-absorbing pill. As a sergeant, the thunder leopard should know a lot of things. It was a good opportunity for him to be more familiar with the Purple Mansion army, and maybe he could get information about the bloody battlefield. When the thunder leopard was about 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, suddenly, a fire dragon flew out from Ling Xiao's hand. It was extremely fast. Everyone only saw a flash of red light. The thunder leopard's body was thrown out, and then he clutched his chest, rolling in pain. His body was already burning. How is this possible? Why can your fire dragon mark still be used? The thunder leopard didn't understand. It was really hard to understand. The fire dragon mark could only be used once. Could it be that this kid had more than one fire dragon mark? This thought gave him a fright. But before he could recover, Ling Xiao had already rushed up and stepped on his body. While stomping out the flames, he stuffed a soul-absorbing pill into the thunder leopard's mouth. He had been improving the formula of the soul-absorbing pill. After arriving at the 4 major regions, they used better materials, and the effects of the soul-absorbing pill became even better. Because he had to quickly unify the mystic world, he didn't have time to slowly tame the surrendered soldiers. This soul-absorbing pill naturally became a very important thing. What did you feed me? The thunder leopard looked at Ling Xiao in horror and said, although he didn't have to die, the pain in his body was still there. Coupled with the strange pill, his face didn't look good. As for the other 8 people in the team, they were completely stunned. Ling Xiao actually succeeded. Chapter 3609. Ling Xiao did not kill Lei Bao, but he defeated Lei Bao. Logically speaking, he should be the Dekarch now. He just needed to inform the Centurions. The 8 of them were very happy. They had never given up on the thought of living. They also wanted to cultivate and break through to defeat Lei Bao. But because Lei Bao deprived them of a large amount of resources, their cultivation speed could not be compared to Lei Bao. They did not want to admit that they did not work hard. But there was one thing they had to admit. Ling Xiao was braver than them, and he was more fearless of death. In fact, if the 8 of them worked together, they could also seriously injure or even kill Lei Bao. Such an opportunity had existed in the bloody battlefield before. But because they did not have confidence, they gave up time and time again. That was why they were helpless today. This world was indeed a world of ruthless people. If you were more ruthless and crazier than others, you would be able to get what you wanted. If they were fearless of death, how could they be bullied to this extent by Lei Bao? Ling Xiao was like that. If you want to deal with a wolf, you have to be more ferocious than the wolf. Lei Bao was stepped on by Ling Xiao, and he looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this moment, he was really regretting it. He was living a comfortable life. Why did he have to provoke this demon king? Do you want to know what I gave you to eat? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and suddenly had a thought. Lei Bao felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. That kind of pain was unbearable. Even if he was a martial artist, he still had the urge to commit suicide. This pill is called the soul-absorbing pill. Listen to me obediently, and you will be fine. Otherwise, if I want you to die at midnight, you will definitely not live until dawn. Ling Xiao smiled. No, you can't kill me. I am a Dekarch. If you kill me, you will be executed. Lei Bao was terrified after hearing Ling Xiao's words. Firstly, you have been defeated by me, and you are no longer qualified to be a Dekarch. Secondly, even if you are really a Dekarch, I have thousands of ways to get rid of the punishment if I kill you. Just like when you kill someone, you get away with it. Thirdly, you don't have to worry. I won't kill you because killing you won't do me any good, as long as you're obedient. Ling Xiao took out the Fire Supreme sword and played with it as he chuckled. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say. From now on, you'll be the squad leader. For someone like Lei Bao, his life was more important than anything else. As long as he could live, he would even be willing to be a grandson. That's more like it. However, given what you've done, it wouldn't be right if I didn't teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you might think that I don't dare to touch you. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his saber. The fiery Fire Supreme sword directly severed the source of Lei Bao's evil. This guy likes to violate women. Without that thing, let's see how he's going to do it. After being burned by the flames, the area stopped bleeding very quickly, leaving only a scar. Lei Bao, on the other hand, was already rolling on the ground in pain. No matter how unhappy he was in his heart, he could only hold it in. Who asked him to be inferior to Ling Xiao? Who asked him to lose to Ling Xiao? The Zifu army was also very cruel. You guys, go and call the centurion over. Ling Xiao looked at the 8 people and said, I'll go. People were in awe and fear of the strong. Ling Xiao was strong enough, so his words were effective. Soon, a centurion called He Wu came over. It should be said that he was the temporary commander of these 100 people. The centurion of this place was Tangchu Nunnery. However, Tangchu Nunnery was temporarily suspended because of what he did. He would probably be reinstated after some time. He Wu didn't like to meddle in other people's business, so he just turned a blind eye to Ling Xiao cutting off Lei Bao's penis. Since you've defeated Lei Bao, you're the squad leader. He Wu said indifferently. However, leave those women to me. I'll bring them back safely. You're just a squad leader. You don't have the ability to do that. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and agreed with He Wu. He wasn't familiar with this place, so he really couldn't help those women. Being able to rescue them from Lei Bao's clutches was already the most benevolent thing he could do. Of course, I believe Centurion can handle this matter well. Ling Xiao nodded his head. After that, He Wu brought the women away. After He Wu left, Ling Xiao dragged Lei Bao into his room. Tell me, how can I go to the bloody battlefield? This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill Lei Bao. Lei Bao was a squad leader, so he definitely knew more about this than the other 8 men. The bloody battlefield? Are you crazy? With your strength, you'll just be courting death if you go there. When Lei Bao mentioned the bloody battlefield, his expression immediately changed. That place is extremely frightening. I advise you, if you haven't reached the Divine Core Realm, don't go there. That place is known as the Purple Palace Army's graveyard. Countless Purple Palace soldiers, squad leaders, centurions, and Kiliarchs have died there. Even I don't dare go there. You're crazy. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me how dangerous that place is. You just need to tell me everything you know about the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao slapped Lei Bao's face and said with a cold voice. Lei Bao rubbed his aching face and said, Actually, it's very simple to go to the bloody battlefield. You just need to have a Purple Palace soldier badge. It doesn't matter if you're an ordinary soldier or a general. The bloody battlefield is open to everyone. Besides, as long as you go to the bloody battlefield, you'll be exempted from all training missions. You don't even need to take on any other missions assigned by the Purple Palace Army. This is a good thing, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. For him, all he needed to do was cultivate in peace. As for the Purple Palace Army, he didn't really care. You have to understand, the better the conditions, the more dangerous it is. The bloody battlefield is not something you can imagine. If you die, what about my soul-absorbing pills? This was what Lei Bao was worried about. Then you can only pray that I don't die there, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Lei Bao was speechless. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone, but he couldn't let Ling Xiao die. This kind of contradictory emotion was too torturous. Continue. What's the bloody battlefield like? How do I get there? What are the benefits? Ling Xiao asked several questions in a row, but they were all related to the bloody battlefield, so it wasn't hard for Lei Bao to answer. The bloody battlefield is like many other small worlds. It's an independent existence, but it's very unique. There's a saying in the four domains. Every place is divided into yin and yang. One is the yang world, the other is the yin world. The yin world is like the shadow of the yang world. The structure is the same, but the essence is completely different. The bloody battlefield is actually the yin world of the Purple Palace Great Kingdom. Lei Bao explained. Interesting. Continue. Chapter 36:10. Lei Bao continued. The size and terrain of the yin world are almost exactly the same as the yang world. The only difference is that the yin world is almost completely unsuitable for intelligent life. It is full of all kinds of dangers. Powerful bloodthirsty demon beasts, terrifying natural disasters, and earthly disasters. Moreover, the air in the yin world is extremely thin, full of the aura of slaughter and death. Normally, even if you are not attacked by demon beasts, you can't survive. But martial artists are different. That kind of environment is more suitable for martial artists to cultivate. But that is for powerful martial artists. Weak martial artists will also die if they go in. Is that so? Anything else? Ling Xiao asked. Don't take it lightly. If you stay in that kind of environment for a long time, your body will be invaded by the evil aura. Over time, you will become irritable, crazy, and eventually lose your mind. And your body will slowly collapse. Lei Bao warned. Evil aura? Can't this evil aura be used? In the end, isn't it also a kind of energy? It's just a little more negative. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, You are right. Evil aura is actually negative aura, and it can be used for cultivation. But the cultivation method of evil aura is completely different from aura. Aura is harmless to the body, and it can be cultivated however you want. But evil aura is different. It can only be cultivated through a special method. Once successfully cultivated, it can not only prevent evil aura from harming the body, but also greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Lei Bao said, From what you said, you know the cultivation method of evil aura. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Of course. As long as the Purple Mansion army enters the bloody battlefield, they will get the most basic cultivation method of evil aura. But the effect is not that good. So after staying in there for a while, you still have to come out. If you want to get a better cultivation method of evil aura, you can only find it in the bloody battlefield. Or you can get a higher position and be rewarded by the higher-ups. Because Lei Bao was controlled by the soul-absorbing pill, he naturally answered all of Ling Xiao's questions. Ling Xiao felt that his choice was right. Controlling Lei Bao was the beginning of his success. This guy was a little disgusting, but he knew a lot. Where can I get the basic cultivation method of evil aura? Ling Xiao stood up and asked. No way, you're really planning to go? Let me tell you, mastering the most basic cultivation method of killing qi is also an extremely difficult thing. Why are you so long-winded? Just tell me where to go. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Others might find it difficult, but he didn't see it that way. Ling Xiao had always been very confident in his talent and perception. Moreover, even if it was difficult, wouldn't he just give up? He didn't have that problem. He knew that there were tigers on the mountain, but he still went to the mountain. This was his character. Blood Evil Camp. Lei Bao sighed and said, "In the Blood Evil Camp, there is a huge demon beast that was captured from the bloody battlefield. Now, only bones were left. However, its bones contain the cultivation method of killing qi. However, he had to comprehend it on his own. It was as if everyone had different physical conditions, different cultivation methods, and different true essence attributes. So what they comprehended was different. Anyway, I'll say this up front, so don't blame me for not reminding you. The difficulty of comprehending killing qi is too high. Nearly a third of the people were unable to comprehend the cultivation method of killing qi until they died. Nearly a third of the people had to spend years or even decades to comprehend the cultivation method of murderous aura. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but it took me 15 years to comprehend a little bit of it. However, this was only the beginning of the path. I heard that in the entire Purple Kingdom, the fastest person to comprehend killing qi took a year, and that was our king. As for Lieutenant General Yu Qilong, he also spent 3 years to comprehend it. Actually, killing qi isn't necessary. Even if you don't understand it, you can still enter the bloody battlefield. However, every once in a while, you have to take a killing qi pill and rest. Of course, you can't use killing qi to increase your cultivation speed. Hey, Yu Qilong is just so. Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Qilong spent 3 years, while the king of the Purple Kingdom spent 1 year. What about him? He felt that with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, 1 month should be enough. Let's go. Take me to the Blood Evil Camp. Ling Xiao said. No, you really want to go? As a corporal, you can eat and drink well outside. After you retire, you can still get subsidies from the country. Your life won't be bad. There's no need to go to the bloody battlefield to die. Lei Bao still didn't want Ling Xiao to die, because if Ling Xiao died, he would be finished. It's because you have such thoughts that you can only be a corporal. Those who can survive the bloody battlefield, I'm afraid that the worst is a chiliarch. Most of them should be captains and above, right? If you don't want to take a little risk, how can you be a warrior? Okay, don't talk nonsense, lead the way. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be scared by mere danger. Along the way, he had experienced quite a few dangers, but didn't he still manage to pull through? Walking out of the room, Lei Bao helplessly led the way. Lei Bao kept talking about how terrifying the bloody battlefield was. Ling Xiao was really impatient from listening. He said coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I'll kill you right now? You should pray that as long as I survive the bloody battlefield, I will give you the antidote for the soul-absorbing pill." Lei Bao shut his mouth. No matter how he persuaded, he couldn't do anything. He could only resign himself to fate. He only hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't die in the bloody battlefield. It was different with someone leading the way. The two of them rode on the dread war horse and galloped. After galloping for more than an hour, they arrived at the Blood Evil Camp. The Blood Evil Camp wasn't a war camp. It was the only place that didn't have walls. All the warriors in the war camps could come here. This place is at least 100 miles away from the Fighting Dragon camp. It's really frightening. Ling Xiao did a rough calculation. It took an hour to ride on the dread war horse. If an ordinary person walked, it would take a few days. The Blood Evil Camp was filled with a thick smell of blood. It was released by a huge skeleton in the plaza. That skeleton was dozens of meters long and dozens of meters tall. It was unknown what kind of monster it was, but it was terrifyingly huge. There were more than 100,000 warriors in the Blood Evil Camp who comprehended the cultivation method of fiendish aura. However, their cultivation was basically at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm and above. Ling Xiao came here when he was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Moreover, he was a recruit. Never before. It was simply a rare beast among rare beasts. A rare beast among rare beasts. No wonder Lei Bao kept persuading him not to come. You can go back. You will be in charge of the Lei Bao team for now. However, You are not allowed to deduct the military merits of those 8 people. If I find out that you are messing around, I will kill you and create an accident. No one will be able to find a problem with me. Chapter 36:11. Understood. Although Lei Bao was filled with resentment, he still had to listen to Ling Xiao, or else he would have to die. After Lei Bao left, Ling Xiao recalled the Warhorse of Terror. It was a standard mount for Purple Palace soldiers. It didn't have much combat strength, but it was good for traveling. The moment he walked into the Blood Fiend camp, he could feel a special energy fusing with his body. It made him feel uncomfortable. Black inscriptions flowed on the huge demon beast skeleton. These inscriptions couldn't be understood just by looking at them. He could only sense and comprehend them. Since someone had succeeded before, it meant that the method used was correct. However, the level of comprehension determined the success of some people. Some people couldn't succeed. Some people were faster, and some people were slower. As he walked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zilong. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to disturb Zilong. Zilong should be comprehending the cultivation method of evil energy as well. Although it wasn't necessary to enter the Blood Fiend battlefield, there were still many benefits. For a man who wanted to use the Blood Fiend battlefield to increase his cultivation base, of course, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Looking at how focused Zilong was, it wouldn't be good to disturb him. Besides, he always felt that getting involved in other people's grudges was a stupid thing to do. Right now, he just wanted to increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible and leave this place. His goal had never changed. But he didn't disturb Zilong. Zilong, on the other hand, noticed him. As expected of a divine core warrior, he was really sharp. You're here to comprehend the cultivation method of evil energy as well? When Zilong saw Ling Xiao, he was really surprised. After all, the weakest warrior here was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, even if his combat strength was stronger than his cultivation base. But when comprehending something like this, cultivation base was still very important. Young Master Zilong, do you think it's impossible for me? Ling Xiao smiled. He knew Zilong was a straightforward young man, so he wasn't mocking him. He was just surprised. It's just an accident. Speaking of you, it seems like nothing is impossible. Who would have thought that you would be able to save me from a 2nd-level core formation martial artist? Zilong said with a smile. That was just a fluke. Ling Xiao said modestly. I didn't expect you to be so humble. However, if you only start comprehending now, I'm afraid you'll fall behind me. Zilong smiled. Did you come here early in the morning? Ling Xiao said in surprise. That's right. Before I joined the Z Mansion army, I came here to meditate because of Brother Qilong. It's been more than 7 months. My goal is to break His Majesty's record and succeed in comprehending it within a year. Zilong nodded. Although I comprehended it later than you did, I should be able to comprehend it earlier than you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, For me, a month should be enough. F***CK. Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Be careful not to be accused of being disrespectful to His Majesty the King. It was understandable for him to break some records, but it's a bit exaggerated to surpass them by so much. Zilong felt that Ling Xiao was bragging. Although he thought that Ling Xiao was an incredible guy, he still felt that 1 month was too ridiculous. Then let's wait and see. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to be so confident was that he felt a trace of evil spirit the moment he stepped into the Blood Evil camp. His vision was always the whole mystic world. The geniuses of the 4 major fields were nothing in his eyes. It was just that they had more and better cultivation resources than him. Their foundation was not as solid as his. Their talent was not as good as his. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. You're still serious? Zilong was surprised. Did he really underestimate this guy in front of him? Okay, then let's work hard together. Zilong felt that he couldn't waste any more time. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and watched as Zilong entered a state of comprehension. He also sat down. He opened his Tai Chi eye and focused on studying the skeleton of the giant beast. With more than 100,000 people meditating together, Ling Xiao was just a drop in the ocean. No one would care about his existence. Besides, The Z Mansion army had a rule that no one was allowed to disturb others in the Blood Evil camp. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. The tyrannical Sky Martial Soul could accommodate everything. The Tai Chi Eye could analyze any difficult incantations and inscriptions. With these two things, it was very easy for Ling Xiao to meditate on these inscriptions. It could be said that this terrifying comprehension was not only outstanding in the four major fields, but also in the whole mystic world. It was definitely at the top. To meditate on these inscriptions, the first thing to do was to recognize what was written in these inscriptions. If one didn't even know what was written, then one couldn't meditate on it. Then there was no point in talking about comprehension. It was like a blind man touching an elephant. In fact, most people were stuck on this. Even those who spent 1 or 2 years to meditate on the cultivation method of evil spirit. In fact, half a year was spent studying the composition and meaning of these inscriptions. For Ling Xiao, this was not a problem at all. It only took him a few minutes to do what others needed half a year to do. The Tai Chi Eye had already told him clearly what these inscriptions meant. Where should he start meditating? Everything changed from the hidden text to the clear text. Following that, success came naturally when the conditions were right. He guessed that Zilong had only just understood the meaning of these inscriptions. Only then did he truly begin to meditate. He used a few minutes to complete what Zilong had spent half a year to do. If this matter were to spread, Zilong would probably bang his head against the wall. He glanced at Zilong and closed his eyes again. Feeling the description of these inscriptions, he began to comprehend a deeper meaning. Finally, 20 days later, he suddenly discovered that there was a very special energy in his body. This energy fused into his quintessential essence, causing his quintessential essence to become even stronger. It was also more ferocious. Ordinary true essence did not have offensive properties. It was a neutral thing. It would only attack when the cultivator attacked. However, after fusing with evil spirit, the true essence had offensive properties. As long as danger came, it would automatically defend and counterattack without the cultivator activating it. In this way, it would become more and more difficult for others to sneak up on him. Is this evil spirit? Although it is a little mischievous, it is indeed very useful. Ordinary true essence was just a good child, but the true essence fused with evil spirit was a child full of fighting spirit. This should be the true essence of a cultivator. I'm sorry, Zilong. This time is even shorter than I thought. I thought it would take a month, but I didn't expect it to only take 20 days. This is more than 10 times faster than His Majesty's record. Ling Xiao smiled and did not tell Zilong about this. It was fine as long as he was happy. Chapter 36:12. Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with the ordinary cultivation method. The conversion efficiency was too low. Just as he was trying to improve his baleful aura, the cosmic light tiger beast soul in his body suddenly let out a roar. What's going on? Ling Xiao could feel that the cosmic light tiger's roar was coming from the giant skeleton. He couldn't help but have an idea. Then, he walked into the distance. He jumped onto a building and looked down from above. Only then did he discover the terrifying giant beast. Its appearance was 70% similar to the cosmic light tiger, but it was much bigger. Moreover, the cosmic light tiger gave off a sunny feeling. This fellow gave off a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Master, do you know what this is? Ling Xiao also had things he didn't know. After all, he didn't have enough experience yet. But Yuan Venerate was different. He was someone who had traveled all over the mystic world. He knew a lot of things. Let me see. Yuan Venerate woke up and said, Kid, you've struck gold. This thing is called the Hell Cosmic Light Tiger. It's different from the Cosmic Light Tiger in that it's only born in the Yin world. Its strength can even reach the 9th level of the Divine Core realm. However, this Hell Cosmic Light Tiger is already dead. It's hard to estimate its strength when it was alive. Your Cosmic Light Tiger's beast soul must have sensed the remnant soul in the skeleton. That's why it reacted this way. If that's the case, can I convert this Hell Cosmic Light Tiger into one of my beast souls? Ling Xiao asked. Of course you can. However, this is very dangerous. If you're not careful and the Z Mansion army finds out, you'll be in trouble. Yuan Venerate reminded him, the bold will die from overeating, and the cowardly will starve to death. Anyway, I'm not going to destroy the skeleton. I'm just converting the remnant soul of the hell cosmic light tiger into my beast soul. I guarantee that no one will know. Ling Xiao smiled. I knew I couldn't persuade you. How about this? At night, when it's late at night, there will be fewer people comprehending here. Because comprehending is also very tiring, most people will choose to go back and rest. We'll come back during the day. At night, the Yin Qi was too strong, and the baleful aura was even more terrifying. Not everyone dared to take the risk. When the time comes, I'll set up a formation to conceal its aura. You can subdue it in a short time. The remnant soul of the Hell Universal Light Tiger was definitely not as powerful as the complete Hell Universal Light Tiger. Therefore, don't get your expectations too high. I think after the fusion, your Cosmic Tiger will evolve into the Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger, and it will reach the 7th Divine Core realm. However, because of your strength, you are still unable to unleash the full power of this beast spirit. However, the increase in battle prowess after the transformation is much stronger than the other beast spirits other than the everlasting heavenly rat. Yuan Venerate said after some thought, All right, I'll do as you say, Master. I'll consolidate my previous results first. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, if you ask me, once you possess the Yin-Yang Cosmic Light Tiger Beast Soul, you don't need to comprehend that bullshit cultivation method anymore. This is because the baleful aura will naturally be transformed into your true essence through the Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger. Furthermore, because the Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger possesses both Yin and Yang attributes, your Beast Soul special skill will also have 2 types. The body of cosmic light can increase your speed. As for the other skill, it's hard to say what it is, but I'm sure it won't be any weaker than the cosmic body. Yuan Venerate was indeed knowledgeable. Ling Xiao had never thought of such a thing. Then why am I still here? I might as well go back and come back tonight. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Moreover, he really wanted to know what happened to those girls he had let go of. Although he had already done his best, they were still people he had saved, so he had to remember them. Ling Xiao, where are you going? Why are you giving up so quickly? Zilong couldn't help but ask when he saw Ling Xiao stand up. I'm going back for a while. I have some unfinished business. I'll come back tonight. You can continue cultivating. Ling Xiao smiled. Zilong was really someone worth befriending. He knew that Luo Yunyang's strength wasn't that great, but he was still willing to befriend him. In this world, people like him were rare. Many of them had a good relationship with you at the beginning, but immediately changed when they realized that you weren't strong enough. All right, I'll wait for you here, Zilong said with a nod. Then, Ling Xiao rode back on the fearsome warhorse. When he arrived at his residence, he sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He had stayed in the Blood Evil camp for a total of 20 days. During this period, some unexpected things might have happened. Those 8 people were still the same 8 people. However, they were very respectful to him when he left. Today, he realized that the 8 of them were hiding from him as if he was the plague. Furthermore, the corporal's room had been locked again. Interesting. Could Lei Bao's spirit-absorbing pill have been neutralized? Ling Xiao thought of this possibility. The 4 major regions weren't the West region after all. The alchemists here were still very powerful, so it wasn't impossible for them to neutralize the effects of the spirit-absorbing pill. If that was the case, wouldn't someone cause trouble for him when he returned? At this thought, he smirked, kicked open the door, and walked in. The furnishings inside didn't change, but his bedsheets and bedding were thrown away. Boy, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 2 people appeared in the darkness. One was Lei Bao, and the other was Tangchu Nunnery. It seems that you've been reinstated as a centurion? Ling Xiao looked at Tangchu Nunnery and sighed in his heart. Tangchu Nunnery had done such a thing, but was only suspended for 20 days before being reinstated. The Z Mansion army was even more sinister than he had imagined. That's right. Not only was the Centurion officer reinstated, but I was also saved by the alchemist hired by the Centurion. Your bullsh *T spirit-absorbing pill can't restrain me anymore. Lei Bao became arrogant once again. Actually, I've been back since 10 days ago. However, you were in the Blood Evil camp, so I couldn't make a move there. That's why I've been waiting. I thought that you wouldn't come back. I was very disappointed. However, I didn't expect that. You actually chose to come back today. Tangchu Nunnery looked very happy. Today, I'll take revenge for my son. Tangimo, revenge? Do you mean that you're going to kill me here? The Z Mansion army has a rule that you can't casually kill people outside the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao reminded him. You're too naive. I've made such a big mistake, but I was pardoned. You should know that I'm also a person with a background. Tangchu Nunnery sneered. Today, you have to die no matter what. Sorry, I haven't lived long enough. How can I die so casually? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Tangchu Nunnery, since you've come back, you should obediently be a centurion instead of making trouble for me. Because if you do that, you won't have a good ending. I'm very sure. Chapter 36:13. Centurion, did you hear that? That brat is extremely arrogant. He knew that I was your subordinate, yet he dared to sever my manhood. I beg you, please let me deal with him. Don't kill him. Just cripple him. I want him to taste the cruelest thing in the world. Lei Bao said to Tang Chu Yuan excitedly. Don't worry. I won't enjoy this beautiful moment alone. Just killing him would be letting him off too easily. Tang Chu Yuan was reminded by Lei Bao. If he only killed Ling Xiao, it might cause trouble. After all, Yin Bing was watching him. But if he only crippled Ling Xiao, even Yin Bing wouldn't pay attention to a piece of trash. More importantly, as long as Ling Xiao didn't die, he could torture him to his heart's content. He could avenge his son, and at the same time, find a way to get the treasures on this brat. He wanted to make Ling Xiao regret coming to this world, regret coming to the Purple Mansion army. Centurion is wise. This brat's arrogant temper must be suppressed properly. After Lei Bao was freed, he had obviously thrown the terror of Ling Xiao aside. To him, with Tang Chu Yuan around, Ling Xiao was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing the situation here, the other 8 soldiers of the Lei Bao squad were secretly worried about Ling Xiao. They didn't expect Tang Chu Yuan to come back so early. They thought that Ling Xiao had subdued Lei Bao, and their good days had come. But who would have thought that Tang Chu Yuan would come back when Lei Bao was dying? And Tang Chu Yuan was obviously even more terrifying and unbearable. It's over. It's over. This time, Ling Xiao is dead for sure. We're going to be in trouble too. What does it have to do with us? Lei Bao was crippled by Ling Xiao, and those women were also released by Ling Xiao. We didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. That's true, but it's a pity. I thought I could live again, but in the end, it's just a dream. Shut up. Are we really going to continue living like cowards? Suddenly, one of them shouted, these days, without Lei Bao's oppression, we've been living very comfortably. Everyone's cultivation has improved. Don't you have any gratitude? In any case, I'm going all out. At worst, I'll just die. I also think it's too disloyal of us to do nothing. That's right. If we can take down Tang Chu Nunnery's centurion, we will really have good days ahead of us. Out of the 8 people, 3 of them wanted to help Ling Xiao. The remaining 5 people were still submissive and unwilling to meddle in other people's business. All right, from now on, we'll go our separate ways. Let's go and help Ling Xiao. As long as he doesn't die, we still have hope. The 3 of them walked out from the group and stood beside Ling Xiao. What are you 3 doing? Rebellion? Tang Chuyuan said coldly. Rebel? We don't have any intention of rebelling. We just want to live more like humans. The leader of the 3 was called Jiang Qing. He shook his head and said, before Ling Xiao came, our days were 30% like humans and 70% like ghosts. We've really had enough. If Centurion wants to kill Ling Xiao, then kill all of us as well. At worst, we'll fight to the death. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 of them with some surprise. He originally thought that these 8 people would be crippled for the rest of their lives. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, 3 of them still acted like men. He couldn't help but smile. He didn't help these 3 people for nothing. Fight to the death? Hee hee, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Tang Chuyuan sneered and said, now, you still have the chance to scram. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, once I make a move, I'll definitely let the 3 of you know how to write the word regret. No need to talk nonsense. If you want to make a move, then do it. We're definitely not going to retreat. The three of them shook their heads and said, "Well, if that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish." Tang Chuyuan sneered. His body suddenly trembled, and he pounced on the three of them. He wanted to kill the three of them first. Although killing one person in the Zifu army was nothing, killing 4 people at the same time was still very troublesome. Therefore, Tang Chuyuan's idea was to cripple the 3 of them first, and then slowly deal with them. Facing Tang Chuyuan's sudden attack, the 5 of them shook their heads. The remaining 5 shook their heads. Fortunately, we didn't go crazy. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them. We're dead. Jiang Qing roared, "Even if I die, I'll die a heroic death. Unlike the 5 of you cowards, you'll be slaves for the rest of your lives and be tortured to death. Brothers, kill with me. After 30 years, we'll still be heroes." The resentment that had been suppressed for many years completely exploded at this moment. However, what Jiang Qing didn't expect was that before Tang Chuyuan's attack arrived, he was caught by the 2 people behind him. Centurion, Jiang Qing is extremely audacious. The 2 of us pretended to be with him in order to capture him. The actions of the 2 people stunned Tang Chuyuan, and his attack also paused for a moment. "Ha ha ha ha, good, well done. Jiang Qing, now you understand, right? Only death awaits you if you fight with me." Tang Chuyuan laughed very happily. "You 2 hold him down. I'll cripple him now." After pausing for a moment, Tang Chuyuan launched another attack. Jiang Qing was held down and couldn't move at all. "You 2 cowards, you shameless bastards!" Jiang Qing roared, but there was nothing he could do. However, he didn't regret it. He only regretted that in the end, he was the only one who was willing to live like a human, even if he could only live for 1 minute. "It's too early for you to die now." Just when Jiang Qing closed his eyes and was about to accept death, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was a calm voice. Then, he felt that he was lifted up by someone. The 2 people who held him had already been sent flying. He opened his eyes and found himself next to Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao?" Jiang Qing was shocked. At the same time, Tang Chuyuan's attack also landed on the ground, and a pit was formed on the ground. "Brother, to be honest, I didn't expect you to stand up. However, since you've made your choice, I won't let you die so easily. I'll have to trouble you for a while." As he spoke, Ling Xiao directly put Jiang Qing into the beast ring. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a burden at all. Then, he looked at Tang Chuyuan again. As for the 2 pieces of trash who were sent flying and couldn't get up from the ground, he didn't bother to look at them. "Boy, you can't even protect yourself, but you still want to save others." Tang Chuyuan looked at Ling Xiao. He was a little surprised. Ling Xiao's speed was simply too fast. Even he didn't see clearly when he saved Jiang Qing just now. He started to feel that he might have underestimated this guy. However, he was at the 8th level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 4th level of the Divine Pulse Realm. Without a treasure like the Fire Dragon Mark, Ling Xiao was no match for him at all. Chapter 36:14. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not I can't even protect myself," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. "If you want to kill me, just do it. I can guarantee that before you kill me, you'll make sure everyone knows about it. Your so-called backer is actually Chili Arch Chengqian, right? If worst comes to worst, I'll go to Captain Fong Ming. If worst comes to worst, I'll go to Yu Qilong. I'd like to see if he'll still protect someone like you." Tang Chuyuan stared at Ling Xiao. He really felt that this guy was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't kill him, he would be in big trouble, and he wouldn't be able to hide it from everyone. "Lei Bao, and the 7 of you, guard the entrance, don't let him escape. If not, I'll hold you responsible." Tang Chuyuan suddenly shouted out. "Understood." Including Lei Bao, the 8 men hastily ran to the entrance. This courtyard was their team's personal residence. It wasn't very big, and the walls were very tall. It wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to jump out and run away, unless he could fly like a divine core warrior. "Don't bother, I don't need to run away from you," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent smile on his face. That guy is really arrogant. Even at this moment, where does he get his arrogance from? Lei Bao was puzzled. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao was no match for Tang Chuyuan. Not to mention, all 8 of them were here. Why was he still so arrogant? Sergeant, no matter how arrogant he is, he's just courting death, a man said in a flattering manner. It was as if this man had forgotten how this so-called sergeant had tortured him in the past. He had also forgotten who had saved them from the abyss of suffering. This was why people always said that a slut would always be a slut. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Kill. Tang Chu Yuan didn't waste any more time. He stomped his feet and dashed forward, charging toward Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura caused the dust on the ground to fly everywhere, forming a crazy storm of energy. That powerful aura swept towards Ling Xiao. Before the attack even arrived, the aura had already suppressed Ling Xiao to the point that he could barely breathe. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if a gust of wind was blowing towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, he had yet to display his true strength. You want to suppress me with your mere aura at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm? Break. With a roar, he instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. At the same time, the demon god's sword soul appeared behind him. The fiend god that represented light and darkness released a majestic sword in tint. It directly pierced through the aura of the nunnery of Tang Chu. Then, Ling Xiao took out Ice Age. He continuously used Frozen Instant and Ice River 9 turns. Not only did he not retreat, but he also charged at Tang Chu Nunnery. Bloodthirsty Plague. Sanguinary Rats, Level 1. The Bloodthirsty Plague could weaken the opponent's strength. The first level of the Sanguinary Rat could double his combat power. Although it wasn't much, fortunately, there were no side effects. Together with the innate 30% Divine Demon Sword Soul, his attack power would increase by 13 times. Furthermore, the Purple Spirit Armor had doubled his combat power. Right now, Ling Xiao had basically used all the enhancements he could, except for the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. It is indeed a divine-grade Emperor weapon. Seeing the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, Tang Chu's eyes flashed with greed. In fact, he was already interested in this weapon when he was in the arena. Now, as long as Ling Xiao fell into his hands, the Ice Age would be his. A Divine Emperor artifact was something that even a major general would covet. He had to get his hands on it before anyone else snatched it away. However, greed didn't change his goal. If he wanted to snatch this divine great Empyrean weapon from Ling Xiao, he would have to kill Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao could clearly see the greed in Tang Chu's eyes. However, there were many people who wanted to snatch the Ice Age from him, but no one had succeeded. Although Ling Xiao wasn't very strong, he still had the ability to protect his weapon. If Tang Chu wanted it, he would have to pay a price first. Right now, he still couldn't kill Tang Chu Nunnery in public. After all, he was a centurion. If he killed him, there would be a big problem. In the worst-case scenario, he would be sentenced to death. Even if he could escape, he would probably be blacklisted by the Z Mansion army. That wasn't what he wanted. If he wanted to kill Tang Chu, he had to think about it carefully. In fact, with his current strength, he couldn't kill Tang Chu. Unless his cultivation improved again, it would be very difficult for him to kill Tang Chu even if he could contend with him. The reason why he chose to fight instead of leaving was that he wanted to get some benefits from Tang Chu. This guy's cultivation was so strong, so his understanding of the Divine Pulse realm was naturally higher than his. The Tai Chi Eye could steal Tang Chu's understanding of the Divine Pulse realm. Then, the Heart of Gold could help him make a breakthrough. This was a good thing that would only bring benefits and no harm. Why wouldn't he do it? Anyway, there was still some time before night. It would be a waste if he didn't fight. Peak King tier martial skills were no longer a threat to Tang Chunwan. Tang Chu attacked with a first-level Emperor-level martial skill. It was also the first-level Emperor-level martial skill, Ninefold Demonic Slash, which was commonly practiced by all the Z Mansion army. After becoming a centurion, the Z Mansion army would get a first-level Emperor-level martial skill. It was the Ninefold Demonic Slash. Tang Yimo had used it before. However, it was obvious that the Ninefold Demonic Slash was more powerful in Tang Chu's hands. After all, the stronger his cultivation, the more experience he had. His control of the Ninefold Demonic Slash was much better than Tang Mo Centurion. With this attack, the Frozen Instant and Ice River 9 turns were instantly destroyed. although one of the ninefold demonic slash's forces was also offset. However, there were still 8 streams of energy that rushed towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent. It made people feel very uncomfortable. 9 turns God Fiend technique. Initial appearance of divine light. Demonic shadow attack. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He directly used the second move of the 9 turns God Fiend technique. Because his cultivation was much lower than his opponent's, the power of the first move was obviously not enough. At that moment, the aggressive true essence in his body crazily poured into the black and white swords. The 9 turns God Fiend technique became even more domineering and violent. The black and white lights suddenly merged into one. God and demon appeared at the same time and charged toward Tangchu. The perfect fusion of light and darkness. This was the first time Xiao Chun used his baleful chi quintessence in this strike. What's going on? Tang Chuan was startled. He didn't use his full strength to deal with Ling Xiao at all. He only used 70% of his strength. After all, in his opinion, Ling Xiao's cultivation was much weaker than his, so there was no need for him to use his full strength. But at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao's attack was much stronger than he had imagined. It was completely beyond the previous battle with Tang Mo. Even if it was the same move, the power was completely different. Chapter 36:15. Boom. A terrifying explosion exploded in the small courtyard. The houses in the courtyard shook, and the tiles fell from above and shattered. Tangchu Nunnery was indeed very strong. However, he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength in this attack because he underestimated his opponent. However, Ling Xiao didn't do the same. After accumulating many means, he even borrowed some of the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He attacked Tangchu Nunnery with all his strength. In the end, Tangchu Nunnery's attack was shattered by Ling Xiao, and Tangchu Nunnery himself was sent flying. He crashed into the sturdy wall. After bouncing back, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. It had to be said that the buildings in the 4 regions were really sturdy. If it was in the West region, the house would have collapsed long ago. While Tangchu Nunnery was injured, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. He used the last chance of the Fire Dragon Mark. If Tangchu Nunnery was at his peak, the Fire Dragon Mark could only cause him minor injuries. But now, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao and was about to get up. At this moment, he was suddenly attacked by the Fire Dragon Mark. He couldn't dodge in time, and his shoulder blade was directly penetrated. His combat strength suddenly decreased greatly. However, Ling Xiao didn't give him any chance. He attacked crazily again and again. He used the Emperor-level martial technique as if it didn't cost money. Feeling the huge consumption of potential in his body, his cultivation and energy were also crazily rising. It only slowed down when it reached 70%. At this moment, Tangchu Nunnery was already seriously injured. All of this was because Tangchu Nunnery underestimated his opponent at the beginning. He had underestimated his opponent once, and it had caused him to lose irrevocably. Ling Xiao decided to go all the way and directly cripple Tangchu Nunnery. This would save him a lot of trouble. However, just as he was about to do that, Cheng Qian, that old bastard, appeared. As a Chiliarch, he didn't come earlier or later. He came when Ling Xiao had the advantage. This was completely premeditated. Chiliarch, as a corporal, I challenged the Centurion Tangchu Nunnery and won. Can I become a Centurion? Ling Xiao looked at Cheng Qian and blocked Cheng Qian's mouth first, finding a good excuse for himself. Challenging a Centurion can only be done in public, and treasures like the Fire Dragon Mark are not allowed. Although you won today, it's useless. If you really want to challenge me, I'll give you a chance after a while. Cheng Qian glanced at Ling Xiao and said. He had originally rushed over to clean up the mess in Tangchu Nunnery. After all, it would be troublesome if Tangchu Nunnery killed Ling Xiao. But who knew that when he came here, he would find that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Ling Xiao was fine, but Tangchu Nunnery was almost destroyed. He was about to ask for an explanation, but Ling Xiao's words directly blocked his words. To be honest, he was a Chiliarch. There were some things that were more convenient than centurions and decarches. After all, The higher one's position was, the less one could afford to make mistakes. Otherwise, everything that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be wasted in vain. He had given Tang Chu Nunnery a chance to kill Ling Xiao, but Tang Chu Nunnery didn't seize it, so he couldn't be blamed. Lei Bao, take the centurion away for treatment. Before Chang Qian left, he took a deep look at Ling Xiao, as if he felt that he had underestimated this guy. After not seeing him for 20 days, he felt that his strength seemed to have improved. Chang Qian, Lei Bao, and Tang Chu Nunnery left. As for the remaining 7 people, they were out of luck. Ling Xiao was more vengeful than Lei Bao. He directly crippled all 7 of them. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't kill them. As for Jiang Qing, he was going to ask Zilong to recommend him to the City Defense Army. The Zifu Army was very popular in the City Defense Army. Anyway, Jiang Qing didn't want to go to the bloody battlefield, and he would be bullied even if he stayed in the Zifu Army. It was better for him to work in the City Defense Army. After telling Jiang Qing this idea, Jiang Qing nodded repeatedly. He had had enough of the days he spent in the Z Mansion Army. In fact, he had long wanted to go out, but he didn't have a chance. Because there was no one to recommend him, he couldn't leave on his own. Otherwise, he would be a deserter. After discussing, Ling Xiao returned to the corporal training room to absorb and master the results of the fight with Tang Chu Nunnery. Jiang Qing stood guard outside the door. At the same time, in Chang Qian's residence, Tang Chu Nunnery had already woken up, but she looked very unhappy. If I hadn't underestimated him at the beginning, I wouldn't have been defeated by him. Moreover, that guy used the Fire Dragon Mark 3 times, which was simply an accident. As soon as I recover, I'll definitely kill him. Tang Chu Nunnery was too excited, which affected her wound, causing her to grimace in pain. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You should take care of your wound first. If you want to deal with that guy, you'll have plenty of chances. Just don't underestimate him in the future. With your wound, I estimate that you'll recover in a dozen or so days. During this period of time, that guy's strength won't be able to improve greatly. Therefore, he definitely won't be your match. As for Lei Bao, you can follow Tang Chu Nunnery Centurion as a bodyguard, lest you get bullied by that guy when you go back. Chang Qian still didn't want to deal with Ling Xiao personally, because if he couldn't succeed, he might set himself on fire. It's better to let Tang Chu Nunnery and Lei Bao deal with him. He just needs to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The sky finally darkened. Ling Xiao also opened his eyes from his training. After this round of training, the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased by another 10%, reaching 80%. His combat experience had basically been completely absorbed. For him, every opponent actually had their own merits. Even those who lost to him were the same. The Tai Chi could capture these merits and then make them his. In this way, he could absorb all the merits of his opponents and turn them into his own merits. In this way, he could achieve greater success. He took Jiang Qing and went to the Blood Evil camp together. He told Zilong, who was resting, about Jiang Qing's matter. Zilong said that this was just a small matter and directly went to find Fang Ming, asking him for help. Jiang Qing's matter was thus settled. He then took advantage of the night to leave the Z Mansion Army. If Tang Chu Nunnery or Lei Bao found out during the day, there would be trouble again. After Jiang Qing left, Ling Xiao began to subdue the Hell Universal Tiger. At this moment, the Blood Evil camp had lost nearly 90% of its members. There used to be more than 100,000 people. Now, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people left. In this huge Blood Evil camp, the 10,000 people looked very sparse. For Ling Xiao, this was also the best opportunity. In order to break the record, Zilong didn't leave the camp day and night. Anyway, he had nothing else to do. He didn't need to train, nor did he need to carry out any missions. He just needed to devote himself to comprehending the baleful aura. Yuan Venerate set up a formation, temporarily isolating Ling Xiao from the rest. Then, the remnant soul of the Hell Universal Tiger was awakened. Although it was just a remnant soul, it was still about 70%. The terrifying aura was just like the pressure of a divine core warrior. Chapter 36:16. Ling Xiao had to release his Sky Tyrant martial soul to resist the pressure released by the remnant soul. Fortunately, it was late at night and everyone was comprehending. Coupled with the isolation of the array, no one noticed the strange situation. The remnant soul transformed into the appearance of the Hell Universal Light Tiger. Compared to the Universal Light Tiger, it was more ferocious and terrifying. It was naturally bloodthirsty. Don't be afraid of that, fellow. No matter how ferocious it is, it's just a remnant soul now. You have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, so it won't be a problem for you to suppress it. After subduing the remnant soul, immediately transform it into a beast soul. There are too many experts in the Purple Mansion army, so we don't want to be seen through. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. Got it, Master. Ling Xiao nodded. A black universe appeared within the array formation. Like a huge beast, it swallowed the remnant soul of the Hell Universal Light Tiger. After swallowing it, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Sensing the violent remnant soul in the Mountain River realm, he began to transform. The white Universal Light Tiger and the black Hell Universal Light Tiger began to fuse. However, this time, it wasn't one swallowing the other. It was a perfect fusion and evolution. If someone could enter this array, they would see his entire body shining with a golden light. Under this light, there was a terrifying shadow. The profound meanings of light and darkness were once again reflected on this beast's soul. Ling Xiao was really glad that he had mastered these two profound meanings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to fuse them. Gradually, the original Universal Light Tiger beast soul changed completely. On its originally golden body, there were actually some black ferocious edges and corners growing out. It was like a layer of armor. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. Indeed, in addition to the original Universal Light Body, there is an additional offensive skill, Rage of the Black Soul. Like all other skills, the Rage of the Black Soul would continue to improve as the grade of the Beast Soul increased. Moreover, this second skill was obviously more domineering than the first. In terms of its current power, the Rage of the Black Soul had already surpassed the Fire Dragon mark. Even a true Element 8th level martialist would be seriously injured by this sudden attack. Like the Fire Dragon mark, the attack of the Rage of the Black Soul could completely ignore defense. It was completely different from the attack of a martial technique. For a martial skill attack, if the opponent's attack was also very strong, its power would be weakened. If the opponent's defense was strong, they would also be weakened. However, the Fire Dragon mark and Onyx Soul's Wrath would not. In other words, as long as the attack hit the enemy, it would be true damage. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Coincidentally, he had already used the Fire Dragon mark 3 times. This Rage of the Onyx Soul came at the right time. What made Ling Xiao the most excited was that he had fused with the Hell Universal Tiger's Remnant Soul to form the Yin Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy increased by another 10%, reaching 90%. The next breakthrough was not far away. From the looks of it, he really should go to the bloody battlefield. In the bloody battlefield, there should be a lot of monsters like the Hell Cosmic Tiger. Apart from the 9-snake General Beast Soul and the current Yin Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul, he had other Beast Souls. In fact, they were already holding him back. This was especially true for the peerless Heavenly Rat's Beast Soul. He had to find a Beast Soul that could raise its quality as soon as possible, or else it would be really troublesome. In the recent battles, he could feel that the peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul's transformation didn't bring him as much improvement as before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use the Tyrant Martial Soul to deal with Tangchu Nunnery. Let me consolidate my strength here. I need to get used to the Yin Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul. Also, it can directly absorb the Murderous Aura and convert it into Murderous Aura True Yuan, becoming my strength. I've used too many Emperor rank martial skills before, so my potential is being consumed very quickly. I should absorb a large amount of Murderous Aura and store it for a rainy day. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao closed his eyes once again. Although he was in a hurry to go to the bloody battlefield, however, he knew that haste makes waste. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared before he set off. It would be best if he could go with Zilong. Zilong was a divine core warrior, and as a companion, he was absolutely reliable. Although he was now able to fight with an 8th level divine vein warrior, it was still difficult for him to win, unless his opponent underestimated him, like Tangchu Nunnery. Otherwise, there was no way. Just like that, another 20 days had passed. Zilong had been studying the cultivation method of murderous aura for 8 months. As for Ling Xiao, he had been staying in the Blood Evil camp for nearly 2 months. With the help of the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger, he had merged a large amount of murderous aura into his cells. Almost half of his stored potential had been consumed. But now, not only was his potential fully replenished, the total amount had doubled. It was because the murderous aura had transformed his body, making him more like a warrior. Ling Xiao, someone's looking for you. He had been staying in the Blood Evil camp for more than 20 days, and no one had come to disturb him. But he knew that as long as he didn't enter the bloody battlefield, he would have to complete the missions assigned by the Purple Mansion Army. Perhaps a mission had arrived. The Purple Mansion Army wouldn't keep idle people around unless you entered the bloody battlefield. Otherwise, you would have to carry out missions. After the new recruit period, every month, he would have to complete at least 10 C-rank missions, 5 B-rank missions, or 1 A-rank mission. Naturally, the difficulty of the missions would get higher and higher. Just as he had expected, Cheng Qian personally came to give him a mission, asking his team to deliver an urgent letter to a checkpoint 100 miles away from Chaoyang City. The difficulty of the mission was a rank. Although it was just a letter delivery mission, the troublesome thing was that they had to pass through dense forests and wastelands where demonic beasts ran rampant. Generally, only people with the rank of sergeant and above dared to take on this kind of mission, and it would be carried out in a team. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was the only one in his team. Then, this mission could only be carried out by him alone. He didn't want to accept this mission, but Cheng Qian was very determined. Cheng Qian was a chiliarch, and he couldn't change his mind. But Ling Xiao reminded himself in his heart. Cheng Qian insisted that he carry out this mission. Was there some conspiracy behind this mission? After all, Cheng Qian was with Tangchu Nunnery. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Unless that old bastard Cheng Qian does it himself, I will kill whoever comes. Ling Xiao now really wanted to find someone to test the power of the rage of the Black Soul. If there was someone who didn't have eyes, he really wanted to see. After accepting the mission, Ling Xiao set out immediately. He didn't want to waste time, because before carrying out this mission, he felt that Zilong seemed to have comprehended the cultivation method of the evil spirit. This had something to do with him. Because his cultivation had affected Zilong, it made Zilong's comprehension speed increase by leaps and bounds. Originally, Zilong couldn't have surpassed the king of the Purple Mansion country, but thanks to him, he could break the record. Chapter 36:17. As for the speed at which Ling Xiao comprehended the evil aura cultivation method, that was a special case among special cases. It was best not to make it public. Otherwise, if others knew that he only used 20 days to do something that the king took a year to do, there would be a big problem. Before sending the letter, Ling Xiao went to the Purple Mansion Army's logistics department to get a bow. This was an arcane bow. It didn't need an arrow. He only needed to inject true essence into the array on the bow to shoot true essence arrows. It was extremely powerful. The reason why he wanted to get this bow, that was because the bow had the widest attack range. He had the Tai Chi eye and could see through other things. With the improvement of his cultivation, he could see everything within 1,000 meters clearly. Other attacks couldn't reach him within 1,000 meters. But if it was a bow, there wouldn't be any problems. This way, if he encountered any trouble, he could take the initiative and solve it in advance. After getting this arcane bow, he left on the fearsome warhorse. He hoped that he could go and come back quickly. As soon as Ling Xiao left Chaoyang City, 3 figures appeared at the city gate, and they obviously followed him out. These 3 people were quite burly. It was obvious that they were well built from frequent training. The Chiliarch has given us such a good opportunity. We can't miss it. He's out on a mission alone. Even if he dies halfway, no one will be able to find us. All 3 of them were wearing masks, so it was impossible to tell who they were. The person who spoke had white hair. He was probably not young, and his aura was very powerful. Don't worry, Centurion. With the 3 of us working together, that kid won't be able to escape. The plan this time is absolutely foolproof. Not only will he die, but the treasures on him will also be ours. The other person's voice was obviously weak, as if a part of his body had been castrated. This caused his yang qi to be unable to replenish. This person's hatred for Ling Xiao was very strong. He had a feeling that he wouldn't give up until he killed Ling Xiao. About an hour later, Ling Xiao arrived at a dense forest. This was a path that wasn't very wide. It was only about 4 meters wide, and there were dense forests on both sides. They could even hear the roars of demonic beasts coming from the forest. This terrifying forest was like a terrifying beast, and Ling Xiao felt that he was rushing towards its mouth. This feeling of danger made one's scalp tingle. However, he was a martial artist and a Violet Palace soldier. He couldn't be afraid just because of this little bit of danger. After walking for a while, several powerful demonic beasts would appear on the main road from time to time. Ling Xiao directly took out the arcanum bow. He infused his true energy into the bowstring, and a chilling true energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. The bowstring vibrated continuously, making a low trembling sound. Ling Xiao could even feel the terrifying explosive power of this arrow. Bang! Whoosh! The true essence arrow, which was wrapped in an icy aura, suddenly pierced through the air. Like a star in the darkness, it instantly hit a demonic beast 500 to 600 meters away. Puff! The monstrous beast's head was directly pierced by the true essence arrow, and the cold ice chi instantly exploded. The entire demonic beast's body gradually froze. It didn't even have the chance to struggle before it couldn't move anymore. This demonic beast that looked like a wild boar had the strength of a 1-star 6th-level divine vein realm cultivator. If it was a head-on battle, even martial artists of the same cultivation level would find it very difficult to fight it. However, Ling Xiao killed it with a single arrow. This saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why his archery was so outstanding was because of his Tai Chi eye. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so accurate. Ling Xiao jumped off the horse, took the demonic beast's crystal core, and continued forward. This demonic beast's crystal core could not only directly increase his cultivation level, but it could also be used to refine elixirs. Naturally, he couldn't waste it. As for the other materials, he didn't have time to deal with them. After all, the mission was more important. After completing the mission, he still had to go back and prepare to enter the bloody battlefield. The power of the bow was indeed terrifying. He roughly calculated. Within 100 meters, his attack was equivalent to a peak king-level martial technique. Within 1,000 meters, he also had the destructive power of a high king-level martial technique. In addition, the true essence arrow was infused with special elements. For example, the 9-snake general's poison. For example, the frost dragon's ice. For example, the bloodthirsty plague's germs. And the most terrifying of all, the heavenly fire and immortal fire. After infusing them, the power would increase tremendously. If he infused them with the heavenly fire, the power within 100 meters might reach the level of a god or demon. He was very satisfied with this. The reason why he took this arcanum bow was purely on a whim. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Along the way, it really helped him solve a lot of problems. Perhaps when he went to the bloody battlefield, this thing would also be useful. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly jumped off the horse and put away the fearsome warhorse. A cold light just happened to fly over his head. It fell into the forest and directly broke a small tree that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Who is it? Ling Xiao got into a defensive posture. He just felt the danger coming, so he reacted that way. Hee, I really didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. It's really surprising. A voice came from the front. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi eye. About 600 meters away, a man in black stood on a tree with a mask on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other party was very strong. His movement technique was outstanding. Standing on the tree branch, he was like a nimble bird. The tree branch didn't even sway. 8th level of the divine vein realm. Ling Xiao frowned. This person's strength was comparable to a centurion, and his aura was very familiar. Who are you? How dare you attack the Purple Mansion army? Ling Xiao silently circulated his quintessential essence and transferred it to the arcanum bow in his hand. He was ready to fight at any time. Although a martial artist in the 8th level of the divine vein realm was still a difficult hurdle for him to overcome. Since he met him today, he couldn't admit defeat. Purple Mansion army? Hee hee, you are indeed scary, but the Purple Mansion army won't care if I kill you. The other party mocked. Although the voice had changed, Ling Xiao still felt that he had heard it somewhere before. Moreover, after the other party's sneak attack failed, he didn't seem to have the intention to attack again. This made Ling Xiao instantly alert. If there was something abnormal, there must be something wrong. If the other party didn't attack, it could only mean that he had other companions. Suddenly, two figures dashed out from both sides of the forest. Without making a sound, he launched a powerful attack on him. As expected, he really had companions. These two companions weren't weak either. They were actually martial artists in the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, which was equivalent to a sergeant in the Purple Mansion army. He could deal with one, but it was a little troublesome to deal with two. However, Ling Xiao felt that the biggest problem was the martial artist in the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm in front of him. Chapter 36:18. Goodbye, kid. It's best that you go to hell like this. The person in front suddenly attacked. He coordinated with the other two and attacked from 3 sides. This guy was using a thick and heavy steel saber. Just by looking at the material of the steel saber, one could tell that the saber was very strong. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. It should be a well-tempered steel that was infused with special materials. Its quality had reached the level of an immortal-grade Emperor artifact. It was even more outstanding than his 9 supremacy swords. The saber shone with a blue light. It was actually smeared with poison. It seemed like the other party really wanted him dead. This kind of poison would probably kill him as long as it came into contact with his skin. Fortunately, the person in front was 600 meters away from him. This gave him enough time to take the initiative. His body instantly transformed into the Hell Universal Light Tiger Beast Soul. An awe-inspiring and terrifying aura was released from his body. Then, 3 black arrows appeared on the Enigma bow. These 3 arrows were infused with the terrifying aura of hell and became even more terrifying. Go to hell. The 2 black-clothed men on both sides were only 100 meters away from him. Under his Taiji eye, the two's movements were completely under his control. He had even perfectly calculated when he would be able to get close to him. As for the person in front of him, he was about 300 meters away. I'll pin down the 8th level Divine Vein martial artist first. Then, I'll kill the 7th level Divine Vein martial artist. Finally, I'll have a showdown with the 8th level Divine Vein martial artist. This was Ling Xiao's plan. Although the 7th level Divine Vein martial artist was a big threat to him, he had enough ability to kill him. So, getting rid of them first was the key to winning this battle. Otherwise, if he was attacked by the 3 of them, he would have no chance of winning and could only escape. The 2 enemies on both sides were less than 100 meters away. The enemy in front was already less than 100 meters away from him. This was the difference in strength. The enemy in front was obviously faster. It seemed like they had calculated the 3-pronged attack. The reason why the enemy in front was so far away was so that they could attack Ling Xiao at the same time. They didn't give Ling Xiao any chance. The 3 of them revealed cruel smiles in their eyes. It was as if they could already see the scene of Ling Xiao being chopped into pieces by them. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye had locked onto them all along. Even the subtle changes in their true essence were accurately grasped. Suddenly, the Tai Chi eye captured the changes in the quintessential essence in the body of the attacking expert. It was obvious that he was condensing a move. Opportunity. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly shot out 3 black true essence arrows, simultaneously shooting towards the enemy in front of him. It was less than 100 meters away. The power of the 3 genuine essence arrows was equivalent to a peak king-level martial skill. Moreover, when releasing the 3 true essence arrows, Ling Xiao had deliberately used a little trick. This caused the 3 true essence arrows to fly in different directions and at different speeds. This way, the opponent would not be able to hit all 3 at the same time. I've never seen a martial artist using a bow before. In this world, there were almost no martial arts techniques related to archery. I really don't know where you get your courage from to attack me with this thing. The expert in the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm smiled coldly, full of disdain and ridicule towards Ling Xiao's attack. He probably felt that Ling Xiao's attack was purely a waste of energy. Swish, 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 when the three black quintessential arrows were about to hit him head-on. The 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm martial artist's expression changed drastically. Different from what he had imagined, the power of the 3 true essence arrows was extremely terrifying. The power of each arrow was equivalent to a peak king level martial skill. What he could not understand the most was that the 3 true essence arrows were clearly shot out at the same time, but the angle and speed were different. Each arrow was aimed at his vital points. It made him feel as if there were thorns in his back. His attack was originally intended to kill Ling Xiao, but he had no choice but to use it to block the true essence arrows. The steel saber in his hand danced. Bang! A true essence arrow was knocked away. However, the terrifying power shook his arm until it was numb. Before he could catch his breath, the second true essence arrow came flying towards him. At this moment, he had completely missed the chance to join forces with his companions. A moment of delay could lead to the complete failure of the encirclement. He wanted to speed up and complete the encirclement with his companions. However, the remaining 2 quintessential essence arrows completely sealed off his path forward. If he wanted to dodge the second arrow, he would not be able to dodge the third arrow, unless he chose to retreat. However, if he did that, the entire plan would fail. Damn it! How did this kid do it? How could he make such accurate judgments and calculations in an instant? The 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm martial artist's expression turned extremely grave. He had no choice but to retreat. Even he would be severely injured if he was hit by a peak king level martial skill. This was the terrifying part of the Tai Chi Eye. The reason why Ling Xiao could defeat so many experts above his level was because of the Tai Chi Eye. Apart from his many abilities to increase his strength, the most important thing was the Tai Chi Eye. It could assist him in making perfect calculations and attacks. It was a pity that the enemy did not know about it. The plan went smoothly. The 3 true essence arrows successfully forced the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm martial artist to retreat. Next, it would be the doomsday of the 2 7th level Divine Vein Realm martial artists. Kid, you can only take advantage of this to catch your breath. After being ambushed by the 3 of us today, don't even think about returning to the Zifu army alive. The 8th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist roared furiously as he retreated. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to escape. However, in fact, Ling Xiao did not intend to escape. His target was the 2 7th level Divine Vein Realm martial artists who were attacking him from both sides. He instantly put away the mystic bow. Ling Xiao directly pounced on the person on the left. He could feel that the person on the left had the weakest aura and was the easiest to kill. Universe Body, Blizzard Ice Ceiling Step. In that instant, his speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had turned into a golden light. However, the enemy's speed suddenly slowed down. This guy. So this is his real target. You too. Hold on. The martial artist at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm finally realized Ling Xiao's true motive. He immediately started to worry about his 2 subordinates. However, in his opinion, even if Ling Xiao was powerful and could defeat one of them, it was impossible for him to kill them instantly. As long as the 2 of them could hold on, he would be able to rescue them. At this moment, he had already blocked the second true essence arrow. He didn't need the 2 7th level Divine Vein Realm martial artists to kill Ling Xiao. As long as the 2 of them could keep Ling Xiao occupied, they would not let him escape. Then, he was sure that he could kill him. However, the answer Ling Xiao gave him was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Facing such a ferocious opponent, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. Ice Age instantly turned into black and white swords. The descent of gods and demons of the 9 transformation technique had been blasted out. Chapter 36:19. The Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger had greatly increased Ling Xiao's speed. The enemy didn't even have time to react. The terrifying black and white sword light instantly pierced through the throat of the man on the left. Poochie. Blood spurted out of the man's throat as he fell to the ground and died. He didn't even have the chance to react. Ling Xiao's attack was not something an ordinary martial artist in the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm could withstand after transforming into the Hell Universal Light Tiger and executing an Emperor-class martial skill. The opponent was killed in one strike. In fact, the opponent didn't underestimate him. He was just helpless because he was tricked by Ling Xiao. Coupled with the difference in strength, he could only accept his death. Damn it! At this moment, the other martial artist in the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm had already attacked from behind. However, there was still a distance of more than 10 meters between them. Seeing that his companion was killed, he actually turned around and wanted to escape. Ling Xiao sneered. Could he escape? Since the opponent wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. These people wanted to die. He would let them have their wish. He took out the Xuanji Bao and pulled the bowstring. A terrifying black light shot out from the Xuanji Bao. The opponent had already lost the will to fight. He only wanted to escape. He didn't have any intention to attack. To Ling Xiao, this was a godsend opportunity. Swoosh, swoosh. The terrifying black arrow pierced through the opponent's head from behind. The man fell forward and couldn't stand up anymore. The distance between the two was less than 50 meters. The power of the arrow could reach the destructive power of a peak-grade king martial skill. Even in the Purple Mansion army, it was difficult for a sergeant to master a peak-grade emperor martial skill. Even if they mastered it, they could only execute it a few times. Therefore, peak-grade king martial skills were the most important in a battle. When facing a martial skill of this level, they could only wait for death if they gave up on defense. How could a human's speed be faster than an arrow? Damn, brat. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. If I can't kill you now, I won't have another chance. Don't even think about escaping from me today. The martial artist at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm finally shattered the 3 true origin arrows that Ling Xiao released. He pounced over, his aura locking down all the possible escape routes for Ling Xiao. You must be Tang Chu Nunnery, Ling Xiao suddenly said. After a moment of silence, the man took off his mask. That's right, this old man is Tang Chu Nunnery. Last time, you injured me because I underestimated you. Today, I won't underestimate you again. It seemed that he was determined to kill Ling Xiao here, which was why he revealed his identity. Hee, how should I put it? Actually, I wanted to kill you the last time, but your life was saved by that old bastard Cheng Qian. Let's see who can save you today. Ling Xiao sneered. The other party wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill the other party. In today's battle, if you don't die, then I will. You don't plan to escape? Tang Chu Nunnery was stunned for a moment. He was sure that if he didn't underestimate his opponent the last time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the fire dragon mark to sneak attack him. He wouldn't have been injured. Logically speaking, his strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have chosen to kill the 2 martial artists at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm that he brought. Ling Xiao looked at Tang Chu Nunnery with a smile and said, "Let me tell you the truth. Recently, I obtained a good item and was thinking of using someone to test its prowess. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. I believe that even if I kill you in this place, no one will know. I have to thank you for giving me such a good opportunity." This was the truth. If Ling Xiao wanted to make a move in the Purple Mansion army, he would definitely attract trouble. However, this place was in the middle of nowhere. After killing them, he would directly destroy the corpses. No one would be able to find out. After all, there were many demonic beasts here. Who would be able to find evidence that he killed these people? Of course, his current strength was still inferior to Tang Chu Nunnery. However, without anyone to disturb him, Ling Xiao didn't need to hide anymore. No matter if it was the wrath of the Black Soul or the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul, he could use both. In this way, he would have a great chance to kill the other party. What shameless boasting! Hand over your divine grade the arch artifact now, and I can still leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will tear your corpse into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Although Tang Chu Nunnery was a little worried, he was an 8th level Divine Vein realm martial artist after all. He wouldn't be scared by Ling Xiao's words. This time, he made a move for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was for revenge. Secondly, It was for the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands. He had been coveting this item for a long time. Ling Xiao sneered and didn't answer. Instead, he instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation. Although the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation wasn't as powerful as before, due to the awakening of the Sun God bloodline, it was still much more powerful than other beast souls. Even the Hell Universal Tiger Beast Soul transformation was inferior to it. Therefore, this was Ling Xiao's most powerful beast soul transformation. At the same time, he released his innate 30% divine demon sword soul. The sudden increase in strength made Tang Chu Nunnery frown slightly. You really have a lot of secrets. However, they are meaningless in front of me. Tang Chu Nunnery released his aura from the beginning. Not only did he block Ling Xiao's escape route, but he also blocked his aura. He also suppressed Ling Xiao's aura. He didn't want to be injured again because he underestimated his opponent. He might even lose his life. He didn't use his weapon the last time. However, this time, he even took out the immortal grade the arch artifact tempered steel saber. It wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to take advantage of him. Kill. Ling Xiao's feet suddenly trembled. He turned into a golden light and charged at Tang Chu Nunnery. He now had the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul. He had to make full use of his advantage in speed. His body shot toward the nunnery of Tang Chu like an arrow released from the bowstring. He was ready to take the initiative to attack. How dare you take the initiative to attack? Cobweb Talisman. Tang Chu Nunnery sneered and suddenly took out a talisman. At that moment, the surrounding space was shrouded in dense cobwebs. Ling Xiao was like a mosquito. He was stuck and bound. Tang Chu Nunnery could move freely on the cobwebs. Do you think I will be as careless as last time? No way. In order to kill you, I took out all my treasures. Today, you must die. Tang Chu Nunnery was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao. Therefore, even though the three of them came out together, he still brought all his treasures with him. The truth was just as he expected. The two helpers at the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm were of no help at all. They were killed at the beginning. In the end, he had to rely on himself. These treasures could finally be used today. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 36:20. Ha ha ha, let's see how you can escape now. Tang Chu Yuan, who used the spider web talisman, laughed wildly. Because Ling Xiao was bound by the spider web and couldn't move at all. Next, it was time for him to deal with this kid. But even so, this guy was still very cautious. He activated his vital essence and activated the purple spirit armor. Tang Chu Yuan's purple spirit armor was obviously more advanced than Ling Xiao's. The inscriptions on it were much more complicated, and the formation was more exquisite. It was estimated that the enhancement was much stronger than Ling Xiao's purple spirit armor, but there was no way to know exactly how much. Last time, Tang Chu Yuan didn't even use the purple spirit armor to deal with Ling Xiao because he didn't think it was necessary. Look at how scared you are. Your cultivation is much stronger than mine, and you have better treasures than me, but you don't dare to attack directly. Useless trash. Ling Xiao mocked. You don't have to mock me. I won't be fooled. No matter what, I won't lose my mind today. Absolutely not. Tang Chu Yuan learned from his mistakes. As expected, he was a cunning old fox and harder to deal with than his son. Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. Tang Chu Yuan didn't talk nonsense and attacked directly. It was still the 9-fold demonic slash. Obviously, under the enhancement of the purple spirit armor, the power was much stronger than last time. Strange fire burn. Facing Tang Chu Yuan's attack, Ling Xiao suddenly released a terrifying flame from his body and quickly spread out along the spider web. Tang Chu Yuan was very surprised by this scene. The spider web was originally used to bind Ling Xiao, but now it became a fire web and stopped him. If Tang Chu Yuan attacked directly at this time, he could definitely hurt Ling Xiao, but he didn't. Because he became more cautious and didn't want to take risks, he directly retreated from the fire web. His face didn't look good. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. I underestimated you. Tang Chu Yuan found that every time he fought with Ling Xiao, he would find something new. Ling Xiao had never used this heavenly flame before, but today, it just so happened to be of great use. That's not the only thing that surprised you. Ling Xiao sneered and attacked with his black and white swords. The descent of gods and devils. Because his opponent was more cautious, Ling Xiao did not use his strongest move. Otherwise, if it was broken, it would really be very painful. The more powerful a martial technique was, the longer the cooldown time when used by a martial artist with a lower cultivation. For example, Ling Xiao would have to wait 5 to 6 minutes before he could use the second form of the 9 transformation technique of the godly demon. Therefore, he would usually choose to use it at critical times. On the other hand, the first type only needed 1 minute to cool down. Combined with the 6 swords as 1 and the 7 swords as 1, he would be able to continuously use royal-grade martial skills. Of course, any martial technique's cooldown time would decrease as one's cultivation increased. The so-called cooling down was the body's adaptation. If one's martial arts technique was too powerful compared to one's cultivation, using it once would consume a lot of energy, and one would need to spend a certain amount of time to recover. Only after that could he use it again. This was the so-called cooling down time. However, the power of the descent of gods and devils was obviously not enough to hurt Tang Chu Nunnery. Tang Chu Nunnery sneered and waved the well-tempered steel saber in his hand. It was only a Peking grade martial skill, but it had weakened the power of the descent of gods and devils by nearly 70%. The remaining 70% was completely absorbed by the purple spirit armor. As expected, I don't have much confidence in winning against a martial artist at the 8th tier of the Divine Vein realm if I fight seriously. But this is just the beginning. Ling Xiao smiled. The reason why he did not run away and chose to fight with Tang Chu Nunnery was that he hoped to improve his cultivation during the battle. Of course, he also wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Tang Chu Nunnery. Otherwise, this guy would definitely haunt him in the future. Ninefold Devil Slash. After Tang Chu Nunnery blocked Ling Xiao's attack, he did not stop because he used a Peking grade martial skill to block it. Therefore, he used an royal grade martial skill. The terrifying ninefold saber chi rushed toward him. Ling Xiao hurriedly released the 7-9 supremacy swords and used the 7 swords as 1. They bombarded the ninefold Devil Slash. In terms of martial skill level, his 7 swords as 1 was stronger. But in terms of cultivation, he was still too weak. In addition, his opponent had a better purple spirit armor than him. Therefore, he suffered a great loss in this attack. His body retreated dozens of steps, and he actually crashed into a tree and broke it. This tree was as thick as an arm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break it. Bah! Ling Xiao spat a mouthful of bloody saliva and quickly used the body of cosmic light. He turned into a ray of white light and dodged Tang Chu Nunnery's pursuit. Looks like that's all you've got, right? Although I have indeed underestimated you, you still have your limits. And now, I have seen your limit. So, you will be buried with my 2 subordinates. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You should not have offended my illegitimate son, Tang Bing. Tang Chu Nunnery said arrogantly as he chased after Ling Xiao. After gaining an obvious advantage, he finally began to smile. He was not as nervous and serious as before. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Today, I will not only kill you. I'll definitely kill that bastard son of yours as well. Whoever kills me, I will return the favor tenfold. Ling Xiao roared and stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked Tang Chu Nunnery again. He dodged just now to recover his injured body. He had to be in peak condition at all times when fighting with his opponent. Otherwise, it would become more and more troublesome. The second move of the 9 transformation technique of Celestial Demon, first appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack. Kill. A violent attack bloomed from the black and white swords. The combination of Celestial and Demon caused some turbulence in the stable space of the 4 major regions. At that moment, Tang Chu Nunnery frowned. Ling Xiao's sudden burst of power made him feel a great sense of crisis. This kind of crisis made him very wary. Therefore, he had to use another set of Emperor-level martial skill that he had been hiding. Purple Spirit Divine Shield. It was also a first-level Emperor-level martial skill. However, the Purple Spirit Divine Shield was a purely defensive martial skill. The terrifying true essence quickly condensed into a purple shield in front of him. Ling Xiao's attack directly hit the purple spirit divine shield. After a long stalemate, the shield was shattered. However, Ling Xiao's attack also disappeared at the same time. It became powerless. It was completely absorbed by the purple spirit armor. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Chu Nunnery slashed out with his saber and heavily bombarded Ling Xiao's body. He used the ninefold demonic slash. With Tang Chu Nunnery's cultivation, the cooldown time of the ninefold demonic slash was estimated to be less than a minute. Naturally, he could use it now. Ling Xiao had just finished his attack. It could be said that he was wide open. However, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he directly pounced on Tang Chu Nunnery. On the contrary, Tang Chu Nunnery's expression changed drastically. He did not know what Ling Xiao was going to do. There must be something fishy about this suicidal action. Chapter 36-21. Rumble. Terrifying saber chi bombarded Ling Xiao's body one after another. Ling Xiao's body glowed with a yellow light. Purple spirit armor, Peak King level black tortoise divine body, and the shape-shifting divine weapon with the strongest defense. Ling Xiao was trying his best to make sure his opponent couldn't kill him. His two hands had firmly grasped Tang Chu Nunnery. He trapped Tang Chu Nunnery like a koala bear. "Let go of me." Tang Chu Nunnery knew the situation was not good. Since Ling Xiao dared to do this, he must have a purpose. This kid wasn't the kind of person who would randomly attack. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly realized that behind Ling Xiao, a huge tiger had suddenly appeared. The tiger was shining with golden light. However, he was wearing a black armor. The armor exuded a cold, murderous aura. It looked down at him condescendingly. "What the hell?" Tang Chu Nunnery roared, trying to break free from Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wrath of Black Soul. Ling Xiao spat out these cold words. The terrifying Yin-Yang Universal Tiger pounced on Tang Chu Nunnery. It directly penetrated Tang Chu Nunnery's body. At that moment, Tang Chu Nunnery screamed in horror. A huge black hole appeared on his body. Even his internal organs were completely corroded. In the end, Tang Chu Nunnery didn't even know what had happened. She died under Ling Xiao's terrifying attack in a daze. I feel that my cultivation is about to break through, but it's still a little short. After killing Tang Chu Nunnery, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation C had been increased to 100%. There was even a gap in the door of the breakthrough. He was only one step away from the 5th level of the Divine Pulse realm, but he didn't break through. Fortunately, the battle was over. He even won without using the power of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. The Wrath of Black Soul was really terrifying. It was a real injury. Any defense of Tang Chu Nunnery was meaningless. Basically, martial artists below the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm would be killed by the Wrath of Black Soul. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm would probably be injured. The Divine Core warriors didn't know. After all, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, and Ling Xiao didn't know either. Ling Xiao removed the masks of the other two and discovered that one of them was actually Lei Bao. In the end, this brat was still killed by him, but he deserved it. He collected the storage rings of the three people. Lei Bao and the martial artist at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm only had some high-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. However, there were many good things in Tang Chu Nunnery's storage ring. In addition to nearly 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones, there were also the cultivation methods of the Ninefold Demonic Slash and Purple Soul Divine Shield. He didn't really care about the Ninefold Demonic Slash. It was even weaker than his 9 Revolutions God Fiend art. However, the Purple Soul Divine Shield was a bit interesting. Defensive martial skills were rare, and this was an Emperor-level defensive martial skill. It was definitely useful. In addition to these 2 sets of martial skills, this guy also had 2 very good Demon Beast cores in his storage ring. One of them was something Ling Xiao could use. It was a Demon Beast core from the Hell Rabbit, and it was a complete Demon Beast core. A Hell Rabbit could reach the 8th level of the Divine Core realm. As for this Demon Beast core, it was from the 7th level of the Divine Core realm. It definitely wasn't obtained by Tang Chu Nunnery himself. Either he bought it, or someone gave it to him as a gift. Looks like there really was someone at the top of Tang Chu Nunnery. No wonder Fong Ming couldn't punish him. The Hell Rabbit's Demon Beast Core could be used to fuse with the Shadow Rabbit's Beast Soul. After the fusion, the Hell Shadow Rabbit would probably have one more skill. Moreover, the power of the second skill would generally be much greater than the first. As for the Demon Beast Core, it couldn't be used to improve the Beast Soul, but it could be used to concoct pills. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, Jiang Qin set the 3 bodies on fire and burned them to ashes. Even if someone knew that these 3 men were here to kill him, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence to prove that he was the one who killed them. Jiang Chun wasn't in a hurry to deliver the letter because he was wounded, and it would be easy to find out. Therefore, he simply found a secluded cave. While healing his wounds, he fused the Hell Rabbit's Demon Beast Core with the Shadow Rabbit's Beast Soul. The entire process took him an hour. After spending nearly 20,000 upper-rank soul stones, he finally succeeded. Although he earned a lot of upper-rank soul stones, he also spent a lot of them. There was nothing he could do about it. After the fusion, the Shadow Rabbit's Beast Soul had evolved into the Hell Shadow Rabbit's Beast Soul. Its cultivation level was now at the 8th level of the Divine Core realm. Jiang Chun had indeed obtained a second powerful skill, Hell Shadow Strike. Compared to the Wrath of the Dark Souls, the Hell Shadow Strike was much more powerful, and it could be used in the form of a Shadow Warrior. It was a great weapon for sneak attacks. Although it was slightly weaker than the Wrath of the Dark Souls, the key was that it could hide well. This was a great advantage. Besides that, after fusing with the Hell Shadow Rabbit's Beast Soul, Ling Zhao's cultivation level had finally broken through. He had broken through from the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm to the 5th level. This was another huge improvement. If his cultivation level was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm, Ling Zhao wouldn't have had to risk his life to kill Tangchu Nunnery. In that final attack, he was practically gambling with his own life. Cultivation level breakthrough. Beast Soul advancement. He even obtained a martial technique like the Purple Spirit Divine Shield. He didn't know where Tangchu Nunnery got this martial technique, but it was definitely useful. Today, he had gained quite a lot. He had to thank those 3 fools for sending themselves to their deaths. After his injuries were healed, he released the Warhorse of Terror again and headed towards the checkpoint. Along the way, he didn't encounter much danger. He just encountered some demonic beasts. But now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, it was nothing. With the abstruse bow in hand, he didn't even stop to rest. He rushed all the way to the checkpoint, delivered the letter, got the reply, and returned to Chaoyang City. When Cheng Qian saw that Ling Zhao had returned alive, his shocked expression was hilarious. "Did you encounter any danger along the way?" Cheng Qian couldn't help but ask. He knew that Tangchu Nunnery had brought 2 people to kill Ling Zhao, and Ling Zhao had returned safely. But there was no news of those 3 people. Something must have gone wrong. Of course I did. I met 3 ignorant fools and killed them with a wave of my hand. Ling Zhao sneered. He could see the awkward smile on Cheng Qian's face and the incredulous look in his eyes. "Chili Arch, is there anything else?" Ling Zhao asked. "No, you can go first." Cheng Qian still couldn't believe that the 3 of them had been killed. But did Ling Zhao have the strength to do that? He planned to send someone to investigate along the way. As for Ling Zhao, as long as he was still in the Z Mansion army, he was not afraid that he couldn't find a way to deal with him. But before that, he had to figure out what had happened. After saying goodbye, Ling Zhao went straight to the Blood Evil camp. He wanted to see how Zilong was doing. If Zilong had comprehended the way to cultivate and use Evil Spirit, then he could go to the bloody battlefield. This time, his cultivation level breakthrough and the advancement of his beast souls made him look forward to going to the bloody battlefield. If he could upgrade all his beast souls, that would be awesome. Chapter 36-22. You're back? Let me tell you a piece of good news. Seeing Ling Zhao return, Zilong said excitedly, "Have you already comprehended the cultivation method of killing Qi?" Ling Zhao asked with a smile. "Yeah. How did you know?" Zilong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I don't care. I've surpassed His Majesty. This is a new record. How are you? Have you gotten the hang of it?" "I can't. It's been less than 2 months. I haven't figured anything out yet." Ling Zhao shook his head. "I can help you. Why don't I take you to the bloody battlefield? It's said that it's faster to figure out the cultivation method of evil chi there than outside. With my help, you should be able to figure it out as soon as possible. Zilong was really a good kid. He couldn't be picky about this. He obviously had a high status, but he didn't put on any airs. It was rare. The rich young masters that Ling Xiao had met in the past were all arrogant and haughty. It was as if their noses were in the air. Okay, but there's something I might need your help with. Ling Xiao suddenly said, "What are you talking about? Just tell me what it is." "You're my savior," Zilong said. "It's like this. I went out to deliver a letter this time, but I was ambushed. However, these 3 people were killed by demonic beasts. If the Z Mansion army investigates, you have to help me." Ling Xiao was also prepared for a second chance, because he felt that the Z Mansion army might not reason with him and talk about evidence. If someone insisted on putting the blame on him, Zilong would be very useful. "Who was killed?" Zilong asked curiously. "A centurion and 2 corporals." Ling Xiao answered. "Is the centurion Tang Chu Nunnery?" Zilong asked in surprise. "That's him. The other corporal is called Lei Bao. I don't know the name of the other one. Why did they want to kill me? I think you know. I can only say that my luck was better and I managed to escape." Ling Xiao still couldn't completely trust Zilong. After all, his current strength was limited. It was better not to be too honest about some things. "Hee, don't tell me you killed those 3 fellows yourself?" Zilong suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. "I've always thought that you're very mysterious. He was actually able to save me from a 2nd-level divine core warrior? Your strength can't possibly be as simple as it seems." "What if it really is?" Ling Xiao asked. "If that's the case, I'll help you too. Anyway, I'm not close to the Z Mansion army, and you're my savior. If I don't help you, who should I help? Besides, I don't like that Tangchu Nunnery, and that Lei Bao's reputation is also extremely bad. Their deaths are actually a good thing." Zilong smiled. "Thank you very much." Ling Xiao didn't admit or deny it. What Zilong thought was his business. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Just how strong are you? Can't you tell me?" Zilong was really curious about this. "I'm really a 4th-level Divine Vein Warrior." "No, I should be a 5th-level Divine Vein Warrior now. I just went out to deliver the letter, and I broke through again." Ling Xiao told him the truth. "No, I don't believe you. I think your strength has reached the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. You're just 1 step away from the Divine Vein Realm. But I'm sure you're not a Divine Core Warrior. Because a Divine Core Warrior's body has formed a Divine Core, it feels completely different from a Divine Vein Warrior." Zilong analyzed. "If you say so, then so be it. But I'm curious, what's the difference between a Divine Core Warrior and a Divine Vein Warrior? What's the strength of a Divine Core Warrior?" Ling Xiao still didn't say anything. He didn't admit or deny it. The Divine Core realm, it's not something that can be explained with just a few sentences. How should I put this? When a Divine Core Warrior has a Divine Core, he can hide his soul and blood essence within it. As long as the Divine Core is not destroyed, it's hard for him to die. Therefore, when you break through to the Divine Core realm, if you want to kill someone, you have to destroy his Divine Core. Even if you chop off his head or slit his throat, it's still useless. Zilong explained. Besides, the quality of a Divine Core Warrior's true yuan is obviously much higher. It's extremely difficult to break through to the next level. I've heard this from my sister before. Actually, from the 1st Revolution Martial Vein Realm to the 1st Revolution Divine Vein Realm, when compared to the Divine Core Realm, it's not a problem to count them as 1 stage. The difficulty of breaking through to the next level in the Divine Core Realm is extremely high, and it takes a long time to break through to the next level. Many people only took a dozen years to break through from the 1st Revolution Martial Vein Realm to the 1st Revolution Divine Vein Realm. But, for the Divine Core Realm, it might take a dozen years to break through to the next level. You'll know the details when you break through to the Divine Core Realm. Don't be fooled by the speed of your cultivation. But, when you break through to the Divine Core Realm, you'll know how difficult it is to break through to the next level. Sigh. It only took me 10 years to break through from the 1st Revolution Martial Vein Realm to the 1st Revolution Divine Vein Realm. I can be considered as a peerless genius. But, I'm 16 years old now, and I've been stuck at the first stage of the divine core realm for 6 years. It's simply torture. But it's not that bad, because after forming a divine core, a warrior's lifespan will be greatly increased. Normally, a warrior can live for a few hundred years, so I don't have to worry about dying too early. After hearing what Zilong said, Ling Xiao was stunned. He had never met a divine core warrior before, so he thought the divine core realm was the same as the divine vein realm. But after hearing what Zilong said, it seemed like the difference between the divine vein realm and the divine core realm was a qualitative leap. Not only the difference in strength, even the difficulty of cultivation was a qualitative leap. What's your sister's cultivation level? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He needed a reference. Ziqinya's talent should be stronger than Zilong's. My sister's actual cultivation level is the 5th level of the divine core realm. Zilong answered. From the 1st level of the divine core realm to the 5th level, my sister spent nearly 100 years to break through to the 5th level. She can be considered a peerless genius, because every time she breaks through to the next level, the difficulty will increase, and the time required will increase as well. Luckily, her lifespan will increase as well. If not, it would be really troublesome. Although my sister looks young, she's actually more than 100 years older than me. But, for a warrior, a difference of 100 or 200 years is nothing. Hearing Zilong's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. According to what Zilong said, if he wanted to meet the Moon Lady, it would take more than 1 or 2 years. It might even take more than 10 years. It would take at least 100 years. But that was the normal situation. Ling Xiao had traveled from the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent, and his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. After all, Zilong and Ziqinya were just cultivation geniuses from the Z Kingdom. Perhaps, the geniuses from the Eastern Victory Kingdom were stronger than them, and the geniuses from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom were even stronger. Therefore, Zhang Chun didn't need to belittle himself. The cultivation time of others could only be used as a reference. It couldn't be taken seriously. Chapter 36-23. Ling Xiao was discussing with Zilong about the divine core realm. Cheng Qian brought a few centurions to the Blood Fiend camp. Ling Xiao knew that Cheng Qian must have sent someone to investigate, and he must have confirmed the deaths of Tangchu Nunnery and the others. Therefore, he must have suspected him. But, so what? Even if he was a Chiliarch, he couldn't just fabricate a crime. He wanted to see what Cheng Qian was going to do. Besides, fighting was strictly forbidden in the Blood Fiend camp, unless Cheng Qian didn't want his future. If not, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, Ling Xiao was now riding on Zilong's coattails. Cheng Qian couldn't do anything to him. Cheng Qian was only a 9th-level divine vein warrior, but Zilong was a 1st-level divine core warrior. The gap between them was huge. As long as Cheng Qian was still sane, he wouldn't dare to fight here. Indeed, he saw Ling Xiao and Zilong together. Cheng Qian's expression suddenly changed. Corporal Ling Xiao, come with me right now. Since he couldn't fight here, he had to use his authority as a Chiliarch. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Xiao's reply. He simply walked out. This was where he was smart. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, he would be violating the military order. At that time, he would have more ways to deal with Ling Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Xiao decided to follow them. If not, all his hard work would be wasted. If worse came to worst, he would just run back to the Blood Fiend camp. But what he didn't expect was that Zilong would follow them. Cheng Qian could order him around, but he couldn't order Zilong around. If Zilong wanted to follow, he would follow. Cheng Qian couldn't do anything about it. You didn't have to do this. Ling Xiao was touched. Bullshit. Aren't we brothers? Also, do you really think I'm stupid? The reason why I'm able to comprehend the murderous energy is because of you, right? Zilong lowered his voice and said, You already know? Ling Xiao was surprised. I'm a divine core warrior. My senses are much more sensitive than those divine vein warriors. Not only do I know that you helped me, but I also know that you completed your comprehension in 20 days. It's just that you didn't want to expose yourself, so I didn't expose you. Zilong said bluntly. The reason why he said this was because he didn't want Ling Xiao to misunderstand that he had other intentions. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that I helped you because you helped me. You don't have to be surprised. In short, as long as I, Zilong, am here, Cheng Qian can forget about hurting you. Zilong said seriously. His words made Ling Xiao think of his brothers and sisters. The three of them were taken to the savage beast region. He didn't know how they were doing. There was also Ling Jiaojiao, who had been brought to the Golden Sky region early in the morning. He did not know how she was doing. These people were all his friends and family who could go through life and death with him. He didn't expect to make another friend today. He was actually quite lucky. Seeing Zilong and Ling Xiao appear together, Cheng Qian's brows furrowed into a knot. He originally wanted to cut the Gordian knot and kill Ling Xiao on the charge of murdering a centurion. Kill first and report later. But now he realized that it didn't seem possible. With Zilong around, he didn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao at all. He really didn't understand. How did Ling Xiao, a nobody from the city of Raging Fire, get together with the king's brother? Sir Chiliarch, I'm still cultivating. What important matter do you have that you have to call me out? Ling Xiao asked directly after leaving the Blood Fiend camp. You killed Centurion Tang Chuan, right? Cheng Qian looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. The powerful aura belonging to a 9th-level Divine Vein expert rushed over like a gust of wind, wanting to blow Ling Xiao away. However, martial artists within the Divine Vein realm wanted to use their aura to suppress him. It was simply a fool's dream. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Cheng Qian and said, Chiliarch, you really know how to joke. I'm just a 5th-level Divine Vein realm warrior. I just broke through recently. With my strength, how could I possibly kill a centurion who was only at the 8th-level Divine Vein realm? If you can find someone who can do it, you can ask such a ridiculous question later. Facing Cheng Qian, he didn't feel any fear. After all, it would be very difficult for Cheng Qian to kill him. Cheng Qian, is this the man you said killed Chuan Chuan? Are you toying with this old man? Suddenly, a frightening aura rushed towards them. An old man with a white beard appeared in front of them. If Cheng Qian's aura was like a gust of wind, then this man's aura was like a terrifying typhoon. A terrifying typhoon that could blow Cheng Qian away. A divine core warrior. Ling Xiao was sure that this old man was a divine core warrior. Teacher, apart from him, there are no other suspects. Cheng Qian looked at the man with fear. His cultivation is only at the 5th-level Divine Vein realm. How could Chuan Chuan lose to a trash like this? If that's the case, all my years of teaching him were in vain. Although his talent isn't as good as yours, with his 8th-level Divine Vein realm cultivation, how could he lose to someone like this? Let's go back and investigate again. The old man coldly harumphed, then he turned around and left. He left as quickly as he came. Cheng Qian's expression was unsightly. He stared at Ling Xiao for some time, then said, Young man, although I don't know how you killed Tang Chuan Chuan, I'm sure you're right. But I'm sure you did it. That man just now was Tang Chuan Chuan's father, Captain Tang Yi. He's in existence on the same level as Fong Ming. He's even stronger than Fong Ming. If I can find even the slightest clue, you'll be dead. Let's go. After saying that, Cheng Qian brought his men and left. The reason why he was so sure that it was Ling Xiao who killed Tang Chuan Chuan was because he knew Ling Xiao was someone who could fight those who were at a higher level than him. Besides, he had some treasures with him. More importantly, Ling Xiao had severely injured Tang Chuan Chuan the last time and almost killed him. He decided to sort out all this information and report it to Captain Tang Yi. He believed that Tang Yi would understand. By then, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. Therefore, there was no need to be conflicted because his strength wasn't as good as Zilong's. He couldn't kill Ling Xiao in front of Zilong. Ling Xiao, since you and I have mastered the fiendish aura, why don't we enter the bloody battlefield now? After entering the bloody battlefield, the place is huge, and you don't have to listen to military orders. Even if Tang Yi wants to kill you, he won't be able to. Besides, if you go in with me, no one will suspect you. I'll just feel that I'm protecting you. After Cheng Qian left, Zilong suddenly said, It's time to go in. Now that everything is ready, the next step is to fight in the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao nodded. He believed that Cheng Qian would make Tang Yi suspect him very soon. As for Tang Yi, As a tribunus, it was not a problem for him to deal with a corporal, although it was strictly forbidden to kill each other in the Z Mansion army. But was there a need for Tangy to kill? Chapter 36-24. Let's go. I'll bring you to the portal to the bloody battlefield, Zilong said. All right. Ling Xiao didn't know much about the bloody battlefield, but he could learn more about it by following Zilong. Furthermore, when his brilliance was covered by Zilong, no one would notice his uniqueness. For him, this was the safest thing to do. The portal was quite far away. Therefore, along the way, Ling Xiao was thinking about something. If every small kingdom had a blood fiend camp, wouldn't that mean there were 30,000 skeletons of giant beasts? Also, the skeletons of giant beasts in every blood fiend camp should be different. Studying the skeletons of giant beasts was definitely more cost-effective than killing demon beasts in the bloody battlefield. Not only was it safer, the beast souls he could obtain were stronger as well. At the very least, they would be at the 7th or 8th divine core realm. If there was a chance, Zhang Qian decided to visit the blood fiend camps in other small kingdoms. But before that, he couldn't lack upper-grade soul stones. Just one fusion would cost him 20,000 upper-grade soul stones. He had fused twice and spent 40,000 upper-grade soul stones. Basically, he had spent almost all of his savings. Upper-grade soul stones were also consumed when cultivating and concocting pills. Therefore, he was really short on money right now. The bloody battlefield was a good place to make money. Not long after that, both men arrived at the portal. To their surprise, they saw a few familiar figures near the teleportation gate. One of them was the king, Zi Qinya. There was also Lieutenant General Yu Qilong and Taoist Su Mengzhen. Sun Shang and the others were nowhere to be seen. Big sister, don't tell me you know I broke the record and comprehended the art of murderous energy. That's why you're here waiting for me? When Zilong saw his big sister, he immediately ran over to her. Although this guy was strong, it seemed like he was still very dependent on his big sister. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood to the side and waited quietly. You've also comprehended the art of murderous energy? Yu Qilong suddenly asked. No, but I want to take a look at the bloody battlefield. Perhaps I can comprehend it there. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. The reason why Zilong knew he had comprehended the art was because Zhang Qian had helped him with his murderous energy. Although Yu Qilong was much stronger than Zilong, it was still impossible for him to notice it. It was that Su Mengzhen who made Ling Xiao feel uncomfortable all over. This person was too terrifying. He looked very weak, but staying by his side made her feel like she was being enveloped by a terrifying ocean. It was suffocating. You're quite brave, Yu Qilong said indifferently and ignored Ling Xiao. He focused all his attention on Purple Dragon. Breaking the king's record wasn't a small matter. In other words, Zilong's talent was even greater than that of Zi Fu Kingdom's king. He, Yu Qilong, the lieutenant general who commanded 1,000,000 soldiers of the Zi Fu Mansion army, had spent a total of 3 years before he succeeded in mastering the art of baleful aura. Zilong, on the other hand, used more than 8 months, not even a year. This really made people jealous. Qinya, Zilong is still young and has never experienced real combat. I heard he was almost assassinated last time. This bloody battlefield is even more chaotic. For the sake of safety, it would be better for me to send 2 major generals to accompany him. What do you think? It wasn't a secret that Yu Qilong liked Zi Qinya, but the way he kept trying to please Zilong made him seem like an ordinary man. No need, Brother Qilong. I'm going to the bloody battlefield to temper myself. If you send 2 2nd or 3rd Divine Corps major generals to accompany me, how am I supposed to temper myself? Before Zi Qinya could say anything, Zilong had already rejected the idea. Xiaolong, you should think about it. The bloody battlefield is really dangerous. Zi Qinya felt that Yu Qilong's suggestion was fine. There's no need to think about it, sister. I'll always be under your protection when I'm outside. Why would I need to be protected in the bloody battlefield? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to grow up for the rest of my life? Zilong shook his head and said, Since Xiaolong doesn't like it, there's no need to force yourself. All the mighty warriors in the Zi Fu Kingdom have come from the bloody battlefield. With Zilong's talent, what are you worried about? Su Mengzhen said with a smile. Although I hate you, Taoist, I'm very satisfied with what you've just said. Zilong turned to Su Mengjin and said, Immeasurable sovereign, it's rare for Xiaolong to be so polite to me. How about this? I have a ground escape talisman. I'll give it to you as a gift. When you're inside, if you run into any problems you can't solve, just use it and you'll be able to escape from the danger. Su Mengjin took out a talisman and said with a smile, Taoist, this gift is too precious. Ziqinya hastily rejected it. But Zilong had already grabbed it and said, Hee, this talisman is equivalent to a divine emperor weapon. Also, look at the inscriptions on it. I think it can be used 3 times, right? We don't have anything like this in our small Ziling kingdom. I'll take it then. Looking at the talisman in Zilong's hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was too familiar with formations. That's why when the talisman flashed, it made him feel worried. But he couldn't tell what exactly it was. Maybe it's just an illusion. Su Mengjin has no reason to harm Zilong. Ling Xiao shook his head. He felt like he was thinking too much. Since Taoist Su has given you a gift, I can't reject it. Zilong, don't you like to fight with a spear? I'll give you a divine emperor weapon spear. Yu Qilong had already prepared a gift, but it was a pity that Su Mengjin had taken the initiative and sent the gift out first. Although it was a pity, he couldn't reject it. Thank you, Brother Qilong. Zilong didn't hold back at all. He directly took it and put it into his storage ring. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry to the meeting. We're running out of time. In fact, Ziqinya and the others weren't here to see Zilong off. It was just a coincidence. They waited here for a while. Now that they'd given all the gifts and said their goodbyes, it was time to get down to business. Zilong, after entering the blood battlefield, don't try to show off. If you can't solve something, try to give up. In this world, there are no cultivators who can win all the time. Retreat doesn't mean you're cowardly, it's just to survive, understand? Before she left, Ziqinya gave Zilong a medicinal pill and said a few words to him in a sincere and heartfelt manner. After that, he stepped into the portal with the other few men. Perhaps they were going to the blood battlefield as well, but they were of different levels. Therefore, the places they were going to were different. Looking at the few divine core warriors leaving, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. In terms of cultivation base, the gap between him and them was still too big. Fearing the strong didn't mean he was cowardly. On the contrary, only by fearing the strong could he go further. Let's not talk about those 3 guys. Even if they were captains like Tang Yi, it would be easy for them to kill him. Unless he could use the life rewind and pretend to be dead, there was no way he could survive. Chapter 36-25. Facing so many powerful divine core warriors, Ling Xiao felt that he was still too weak. He had to become stronger. He had to keep getting stronger. It would be best if he could break through to the divine core realm in the bloody battlefield. If not, it would be meaningless even if he managed to escape. The gap between the divine core realm and the divine vein realm was huge. Even for him, it was almost impossible for him to challenge a divine core warrior when he was only at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. Therefore, he had to break through to the divine core realm. Only then would he be able to avoid being killed by Tang Yi. He was only at the 5th level of the divine vein realm, but he believed that with his special cultivation method, he would be able to break through to the divine vein realm. It wouldn't take him long to break through to the divine core realm. What are you thinking about, Ling Xiao? Let's go. Zilong patted Ling Xiao, who was lost in his thoughts. Then he said with a smile on his face. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Zilong. Then he said, I suddenly recalled the warrior who tried to assassinate you. He was a 2nd-level divine core warrior. If you enter the bloody battlefield, even your sister won't be able to protect you. It's a very dangerous place. I still have you, don't I? Zilong said with a smile. I'm not joking. Have you found the man who tried to assassinate you? Ling Xiao asked. I haven't found him yet. But after my sister became the queen, there were always some people who didn't agree with her. Perhaps I was just implicated by them. They tried to kill me because they wanted to make my sister angry, so she wouldn't have the heart to manage the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Zilong replied, Don't be so careless. Ling Xiao reminded, That's Su Mengjin. I have a feeling that something is not right. You have to be careful. As for the talisman he gave you, try not to use it if you can. Are you suspecting that he sent someone to assassinate me? What's the reason? Zilong asked with a puzzled expression. It's because we don't know the reason. That's why it's so scary. After all, we don't know much about this man, so we have to be careful. Ling Xiao said, I won't harm you. I know, I'll listen to you. Zilong nodded his head in a serious manner. All right, let's go to the bloody battlefield. Actually, Ling Xiao did not have much attachment to this Chaoyang city. If there was anything he could not let go of, that was the barbarian bear. However, everyone had their own life. He couldn't protect others all the time. He also had to live his own life well. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the bloody battlefield. It was different from the few experts who could directly enter the portal. If they wanted to enter, they had to register first. At the entrance, there was a major and 10 Kiliarchs guarding it. This was enough to show how important this entrance was to the Z Mansion army. The entrance to the bloody battlefield was nicknamed the Bloody Gate by the Zifu army. Once they entered, it was very likely that they would not be able to come out alive. Please show your Zifu soldier waist tags. When the two of them arrived at the Bloody Gate, a captain stopped them. A Chiliarch at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm was here to guard the door. This wasn't a rare occurrence in the Zifu army. After all, the bloody battlefield was too important to the Purple Mansion army. Only someone of this level guarding the door could make people feel at ease. Zilong showed his waist tag. When the captain saw it, he immediately knelt down on one knee. Greetings, young Master Zilong. Even though the Zifu army had a very high status, they were still stationed in the small purple spirit kingdom. Zilong was the king's younger brother. How could they not respect him? Stand up. Can I go in now? Zilong asked. Of course. After you register, you can go in. The captain replied. All right. Zilong nodded his head. The captain took Zilong's waist tag and placed it into a groove on the stone wall nearby. After a while, Zilong's name appeared on the stone wall. The stone wall was huge, and there were many names on it. However, many of them had turned gray. Some had turned golden. Ling Xiao didn't understand what this meant. The captain explained to Zilong, gray means you've died in there. After a while, the name will completely disappear. Gold means you've made it out alive, and your cultivation has broken through to the divine core realm. Ordinary silver means you're still inside, or you've made it out alive, but you've escaped. I see. Zilong nodded his head. After that, he turned to Ling Xiao and said, I'll go in and wait for you. All right. Zilong wasn't Ling Xiao's nanny. He couldn't follow him around all the time. After entering the blood battlefield, everything depended on one's own ability. Others won't be able to help you much. After Zilong entered the blood battlefield, Ling Xiao took out his waist tag and gave it to the captain. The captain furrowed his brows and said, 5th level Divine Vein Realm. Why are you following him? No warriors below the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm have ever come back alive after entering the blood battlefield. Basically, the death rate is 100%. Do you think you'll be an exception? He wasn't looking down on Ling Xiao. He was just telling the truth. Therefore, in recent years, warriors below the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm wouldn't take the risk and enter the blood battlefield. But Ling Xiao was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and he still wanted to enter the blood battlefield. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Perhaps I'm an exception, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Although his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm, his combat strength could reach the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He didn't believe everyone in the blood battlefield was only at the Divine Core Realm. You're really arrogant. I've seen arrogant young men like you before, but after entering the blood battlefield, I've never heard of them again. The captain looked at Ling Xiao impatiently, as if he thought Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Fine, since you want to die so badly, I won't stop you. I just don't want to see a young kid like you die in the blood battlefield. That's why I said something. In principle, anyone who can join the Purple Palace Army is qualified to enter the blood battlefield. He didn't waste any more time. He took Ling Xiao's waist tag and inserted it into the groove on the wall. Immediately, Ling Xiao's name and brief introduction appeared on the groove. Although I think you don't know what's good for you, as a member of the Purple Palace Army, I still hope your name will turn golden. At the very least, your name should be silver. When the captain returned the waist tag to Ling Xiao, he let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, my son was your age." He was already at the 7th level of the divine vein realm, but not long after he entered the blood battlefield, his name turned gray. I really don't want the same for you. Thank you. I'll definitely turn my name into gold. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he couldn't die in the blood battlefield. Hee, little brat. Anyone can talk big, but the blood battlefield isn't something you can enter with just your mouth. Right at this moment, another captain spoke. I remember you just joined the Purple Palace Army not long ago, right? I've seen your test, and you're really talented. If you can cultivate to the 7th level of the divine vein realm before entering the blood battlefield, your chances of survival will be very high. But you're just courting death by doing this. That's right, little brat. You won't die even if you wait for a while. Why do you have to go and seek death? Have you learned the art of killing intent? Another man asked. Chapter 36-26. The art of infernal aura can be learned at the bloody battlefield. The speed is even faster. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Stupid. Everyone who enters will die, and you still want to comprehend the art of infernal aura? Maybe, but we still have to try." These people might be vulgar, but Ling Xiao knew that they were doing it for his own good. Therefore, he spoke more politely. Amidst these people's discussions, Ling Xiao still stepped into the teleportation portal without hesitation. Let's go. Sigh, what a pity. This kid is indeed a genius. With proper grooming, he might even become a Chiliarch in the future. That's right. I heard that he had just joined the Battle Dragon camp and defeated his own sergeant. If that's the case, this kid's combat strength should be at the 7th level of the divine vein realm. It's just that his cultivation isn't there yet. So what? If one isn't at the 8th level of the divine vein realm, there is basically no chance of survival. The 8th level of the divine vein realm also has a slim chance of survival. When one reaches the 9th level of the divine vein realm, the survival rate will increase to 50%. However, there will still be a large number of deaths. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. That is his own choice. We can only hope that he can come back alive. Since he didn't comprehend the art of infernal aura, he will probably escape back soon. While everyone was discussing, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Where is Ling Xiao? The person didn't give a reason and just asked directly, Captain Tang Yi, Captain Cheng Qian. Everyone noticed that the person who had just arrived was none other than Captain Tang Yi. Behind him was Captain Cheng Qian. May I know why the captain is looking for him? The captain in charge of the registration asked. Do I need to tell you? Tang Yi looked at that person coldly and said, Tell me immediately. Did he enter the teleportation array? That's right. Captain Cheng Qian should know about this. This person is extremely talented. If he is groomed, he might even be stronger than Captain Cheng Qian. Humph, a genius? Cheng Qian, follow me. Tang Yi snorted coldly and dragged Cheng Qian towards the teleportation array. Are you idiots? How dare you boast about Ling Xiao in front of Tang Yi? After Tang Yi left, a captain couldn't help but speak. Do they have a grudge? Nonsense. Tang Yi is the father of Tang Chu Nunnery Centurion. Tang Mo was his grandson. How could Major Tang Yi not know that Corporal Tang Mo was killed by Ling Xiao? Oh my god, I really don't know about this. Hee, there's one more thing you definitely don't know. The Centurion of Tang Chu Nunnery is dead. I don't know who killed him, but the place where he died was on the way to Ling Xiao's mission. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? However, with his strength, he shouldn't be able to kill the Centurion of Tang Chu Nunnery, right? Who knows? This brat is very mysterious. Otherwise, why would young Master Zilong have such a good relationship with him? Sigh, then he's really finished this time. If Major Tang Yi chased after them, wouldn't that be? At this point, the speaker suddenly shut his mouth. This was because there were some things that couldn't be said carelessly in the military. Without evidence, it would be slander. However, everyone was clear that Ling Xiao probably really wouldn't be able to come back alive this time. Disregarding everything else, just Cheng Qian and Tang Yi, two people chasing after him, Would he still have a chance? After entering the transmission array, Ling Xiao saw a palace-like building. Surprisingly, there were two captains standing guard here. When they saw Ling Xiao come in, one of them said expressionlessly, "This palace is also called a refuge. It's the only safe place in the bloody battlefield. It covers an area of about 800 mu. Fighting is absolutely not allowed here. However, after going out, you can only rely on yourself. Remember, don't lose the waste tag. The Purple Mansion Soldier waste tag can guide you to all the refuge in the bloody battlefield, including the refuge at other entrances." Understood. Ling Xiao listened to the Major's introduction very seriously before walking out of the refuge. Suddenly, two powerful energies appeared. Ling Xiao was immediately taken aback. Turning around to look, it was actually Tang Yi and Cheng Qian. It looked like the truth had been exposed. Even if Tang Yi hadn't found any evidence, as long as he believed Ling Xiao was the one who killed Tang Chuyuan, he wouldn't let him go. Not to mention, Ling Xiao killing Tang Amo was something that many people had witnessed. Ling Xiao couldn't deny it. "Let's go." Ling Xiao didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly dashed out with his movement skill. Chase after him. Tang Yi and Cheng Qian didn't hesitate either. They immediately chased after him. When they arrived outside, they realized that they had lost track of Ling Xiao's aura. "We'll split up and search for him. I don't believe he can disappear into thin air in such a short period of time." Tang Yi unleashed his aura without hesitation. The aura of a divine core warrior was extremely frightening. Within a certain range, they would be able to detect even the slightest trace of movement, such as the rustling of leaves in the wind. Tang Yi and Cheng Qian split up and chased after Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao hadn't gone too far. Ling Xiao wasn't familiar with this damned place, and it was very dangerous to be reckless. Therefore, after he escaped from the shelter, he immediately entered the shadow dancer state. Looking at the two men splitting up, he quickly chased after Cheng Qian. Compared to Tang Yi, Cheng Qian wasn't much of a threat to him. He had broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and he had mastered the powerful Hell Shadow Strike skill. He could use Cheng Qian as a test subject. Didn't this old bastard want to kill him? Fine, I'll make sure you don't return alive. Cheng Qian had an aura as well, but it was far weaker than a Divine Core Warrior's. Since Ling Xiao was in the Shadow Dancer state, Cheng Qian couldn't sense him at all. 10 meters, 9 meters, 3 meters. Hell Shadow Strike. When Ling Xiao was about 3 meters away from Cheng Qian, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying attack. His body turned into a black shadow, and he instantly passed through Cheng Qian's body. Although Cheng Qian had reacted instinctively when the attack hit him, he still managed to dodge it. He managed to dodge the attack. However, there was still an extremely terrifying wound on his stomach. He was severely wounded. Bloodthirsty Plague. Death Kingdom Black Poison. Innate Sword Soul. Peerless Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul. Strike while he's down. Ling Xiao had even unleashed his Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul. In an instant, his powerful aura reached its peak. Wrath of the Dark Soul. The crazed Yin-Yang Universal Tiger leapt towards Cheng Qian. Everything happened too fast. Cheng Qian had no choice but to activate his powerful defense to defend himself. But he didn't expect that the Wrath of the Dark Soul could cause true damage, and it could completely ignore his defense. Once again, he was hit. Hell Shadow Strike in front of him, and Wrath of the Dark Soul behind him. After being hit by these two attacks, Cheng Qian was on the verge of death. "Brat, stop." Tang Yi's roar came from afar. But, as if Ling Xiao didn't hear anything, he still used the final attack to finish off Cheng Qian. All the attacks were completed in just a few moments. Chapter 36-27. Cheng Qian's body fell to the ground. It was mixed with other corpses. There was no difference. The bloody battlefield was like this. After walking out of the refuge, you could be killed at any time. You could also die at any time. The ground under his feet was full of thick bones. When he stepped on it, it was crunchy. Cheng Qian's blood flowed into the ground through the cracks. In the distance, there was a river that originated from an underground river. According to reliable sources, the water of this river used to be very clear. But now, it was bloody. It was completely filled with the smell of blood. In the bloody battlefield, there were many rivers like this. They were all called blood rivers. Some were big, some were small, some were long, and some were short. In the distance, some carnivores were spying on this side. They seemed to be very interested in Cheng Qian's body. These carnivores looked like hyenas and had different strengths. The weak ones were only at the 3rd level of the 1-star Divine Vein realm. The strong ones were at the 8th level of the 1-star Divine Vein realm. They were also called Hell Demon Beasts because they were tainted with the aura of the underworld. Just like the Hell Universal Tiger and Hell Rabbit that Ling Xiao mentioned before. A person suddenly broke this cruel and desolate scene. He landed heavily in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. Although he expected Tang Yi to find him, he didn't expect it to be so fast. I told you to stop. Tang Yi glanced coldly at Cheng Qian's body on the ground. He was now more and more convinced that Tangchu Nunnery was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could even kill Cheng Qian. Why couldn't Tangchu Nunnery? Why should I listen to you? You're here to kill me. Ling Xiao looked at Tang Yi. The moment he came out of the refuge, he had already thought about how to deal with this terrifying enemy. As for whether the plan would work, it would depend on the implementation process. But facing Tang Yi, he knew it was useless to be afraid. He could only make himself braver. Good, you have guts. Tang Yi snorted and ignored Cheng Qian's body. Instead, he asked, You killed my son, Tangchu Nunnery, right? Yes, I killed him. In the bloody battlefield, there was no need to deny it. Moreover, even if he denied it, Tang Yi would not believe him. You sure are bold. Tang Yi was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Ling Xiao to answer so straightforwardly. Since you're going to kill me whether I admit it or not, I might as well admit it. Ling Xiao smiled. That's right. You should know how powerful a divine core warrior is, right? My strength is much greater than yours. In front of me, you have no chance. As Tang Yi spoke, he released his powerful aura. Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying aura. It was as if there was a small sun awakening in Tang Yi's body. A terrifying power was released from the small sun. It was extremely vigorous. In front of him, Ling Xiao was like a pitiful sunstrider. Although he was brave, he was still going to be burned alive by the scorching sun. However, Tang Yi's limit was probably the 1st divine core realm. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye told him that Tang Yi's body had already deteriorated. This person's lifespan was reaching its limit. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to make any more progress in his life. An old 1st divine core warrior, although he had a lot of experience, his combat strength was definitely weaker than Zilong's. He wondered where Zilong had gone to. He had just arrived here a few moments earlier. I don't have any chance, but the bloody battlefield is fair to both of us. In this place, you can kill me, and I can also think of ways to kill you. Ling Xiao no longer placed his hope on Zilong's rescue. He had decided to deal with Tang Yi himself, although it was very difficult, or it was almost impossible. But he had to make the impossible possible. He had many trump cards that he could rely on. The only ones that could save his life were the Earth Elemental Golden Light and Life Reversal. As long as he used them well, saving his life shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, there was no need for him to be nervous. Hee, stupid kid. You have no idea how big the gap between the Divine Core Realm and the Divine Vein Realm is? Tang Yi sneered. He didn't want to waste any more time. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had used all his abilities at the first possible moment, including the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Right at this moment, it was a battle that concerned his life and death. There was no need for him to hide anything. Boom! Terrifying lightning struck down, forming a huge protective barrier around Ling Xiao's body. It was the Minor Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. At the same time, Ling Xiao unleashed the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation and the Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation. These were the 3 formations he was best at. They were perfect when used together. It had been a long time since he last used these formations, because he had encountered too many enemies, and they weren't worth using. Petty tricks. Facing Ling Xiao's formation, Tang Yi simply ignored it. The lightning struck his body, but it couldn't break through his defense. However, the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation and the Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation were still effective. One was constantly weakening his opponent, while the other was constantly increasing Ling Xiao's strength. Bloodthirsty Plague, Death Kingdom Black Poison, Golden Silkworm Insect Poison. Ling Xiao kept unleashing his strength that could weaken his opponent. Weakening his opponent a little bit was good. Even if it was just a little bit, it would still be helpful to him. He could increase his strength to the maximum and weaken his opponent to the maximum. Perhaps he could still escape from this frightening guy. Facing a divine core warrior, the Tai Chi Eye told him that even the Earth Elemental Golden Light skill couldn't help him escape if Tang Yi wasn't injured. In other words, he had to injure Tang Yi so that he couldn't catch up with him. As for killing his opponent, that was just a dream. His actual cultivation base was too weak. He was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Perhaps, if he reached the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, he might still have a chance. But right now, there wasn't even a chance. Dragon Talisman, 18 Hell Talisman. The Blood Soul Talisman was kept in Ling Xiao's soul realm, and he didn't want to use it. The reason was the same as the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. He didn't want to expose himself. But today, facing such a powerful enemy, he had no choice but to use it. The Dragon Talisman unleashed the powerful underworld Dragon Flame. The 18 Hell Talisman unleashed the frightening power of the 18 levels of Hell. It kept attacking Tang Yi. Tang Yi furrowed his brows, and some scratches appeared on his body. A Divine Vein Warrior is actually able to hurt me. This is a miracle. But this is the end of your journey. There is an insurmountable gap between the Divine Vein Realm and the Divine Core Realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to figure it out even if you die. Tang Yi was still moving forward, even though he was constantly being hindered and weakened by Ling Xiao's various abilities. But the sun was still the sun. No matter how much it was weakened, it would still be extremely powerful. Only now did Ling Xiao truly understand how frightening a Divine Core Warrior was. Thinking back, he actually dared to save Zilong from that 2nd-level Divine Core Warrior. He was crazy. If he knew how frightening these guys were, even if he was beaten to death, he still wouldn't save Zilong. Chapter 36-28. Ling Xiao felt that in front of these Divine Core Warriors, he was really tiny. But tiny didn't mean he had to admit defeat. Ling Xiao had the Dark Soul's Wrath, and as long as he hit his target, he would definitely be able to injure Tang Yi. Tang Yi's defense was really strong. It could even nullify Ling Xiao's Emperor-level martial skill. But the Dark Soul's Wrath was different. It was true damage, and it could completely ignore the defense. This was one of the reasons why Ling Xiao was so confident. But this skill had to be used at the most critical moment. Once he made a mistake, he would have to wait for more than 10 minutes to cool down, and that would be fatal. He took out the Profound Design Bow. He circulated his energy and kept shooting arrows. Although the attack was just like a mosquito biting Tang Yi's body. But if there were too many mosquito bites, it would still be fatal. Besides, Ling Xiao's arrows were wrapped in immortal flames. They would definitely be able to injure Tang Yi. This was also his 2nd trump card. I never thought you would have such a good item with you. No wonder even Cheng Qian coveted you. My son probably wanted something from you as well. That's why he was killed by you. Tang Yi kept attacking the incoming arrows, trying his best not to let them hit him. Because those true essence arrows wrapped in immortal fire could even injure him. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just kept attacking. Meaningless struggle. Tang Yi's aura suddenly became even more ferocious. Before this, in order to guard against Ling Xiao's other tricks, he had kept some of his internal energy. He had kept his internal energy to guard against Ling Xiao. But now, he didn't want to hold back anymore. Ling Xiao had used so many trump cards, he couldn't possibly have a more powerful trump card. He was sure of that. Besides, if he didn't use his full strength, with Ling Xiao weakening him, he would be in a lot of trouble. Using his full strength, Tang Yi exploded. The terrifying strength destroyed the formation, pushed back the Dragon Talisman and 18 Hell Talismans. It even pushed all the True Origin arrows more than 10 meters away. It was as if he had turned into a ball of terrifying energy, and he charged towards Ling Xiao. Die, you ignorant brat. A heavy punch landed on Ling Xiao's body. He watched helplessly as a huge hole appeared in Ling Xiao's body. His internal organs were completely shattered in an instant. It was unknown what material the heart was made of, but it was shining with a golden light and seemed indestructible. However, this corpse was already in a mess. He was certain that Ling Xiao was definitely not alive. Thus, he bent down and grabbed the heart of gold. So that's how it is. This brat actually has such a treasure on him, the heart of gold. The cultivators of the 4 regions are all looking for it. Yet, it fell on this kid. At that moment, Tang Yi had retracted all of his aura. Furthermore, he had just attacked and his internal energy had not fully recovered yet. It could be said that he was at his weakest. Just as he was about to put the heart of gold into his storage ring, a voice suddenly rang out. Then, something that terrified him happened. With the golden heart as the center, Ling Xiao's body, which had been destroyed by him, was restored in a flash. Not only that, but he could also feel a terrifying power that was enough to seriously injure him. Life backtrack. Tyrant Black Soul's Wrath. The Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger came from the universe. It absorbed the power of the universe and the power of Tyrant. It became extremely huge. In an instant, it pounced on the defenseless Tang Yi. No matter how strong Tang Yi's defense was, it was of no use. The true damage caused by Black Soul's Wrath sent Tang Yi's body flying hundreds of meters away and then rolling on the ground. Impact. In the end, he fell under the wall of the shelter. Bright red blood flowed out from the ghastly wound on his body. At that moment, Tang Yi knew that he had fallen. He dragged his seriously injured body and frantically rushed into the shelter. Until now, he still did not understand. Ling Xiao was clearly dead, and only the heart of gold was left. But why could he still be resurrected? He did not understand. Because of this, he was ambushed and suffered true damage. No matter how strong his defense was, it became useless. But no matter what, you can't be resurrected a second time. When this old man recovers, I will kill you. Tang Yi did not admit that he had lost. Even though Ling Xiao's sudden attack had caused him a great deal of damage, Ling Xiao was still able to withstand it. But as long as he swallowed the healing pill and recuperated here for half an hour, he should be able to fully recover. Old bastard, you can slowly recuperate in here. I have to go first. Just you wait. You can't kill me today, but in the future, I will definitely kill you. Ling Xiao did not plan to stay any longer. He had already used Life Rewind in front of Tang Yi once. The same method would definitely not work a second time. Tang Yi, that old fox, would definitely be fully prepared. Therefore, if he wanted to cause the same damage to Tang Yi again, he would have to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He might even be close to the Divine Core Realm. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and left. In order to get rid of Tang Yi's pursuit as soon as possible, he used the Earth-crossing Golden Light skill, hoping to escape as far as possible. After all, this bloody battlefield was huge. It would not be easy for Tang Yi to catch up with him again. As he watched Ling Xiao escape, Tang Yi's injuries, which had already recovered slightly, worsened once again. His mood was extremely bad. This time, he came here with Cheng Qian to hunt down Ling Xiao. But he never expected that Cheng Qian would be killed. Even he had almost fallen for it. It looked like, although the Divine Core Realm was strong, there were still weaknesses. In front of a Divine Vein warrior, he was not completely invincible. Where did this young man come from? Tang Yi felt like he had too many treasures with him. That strange martial soul that could unleash the energy of the universe. That terrifying wrath of the Black Soul. And that strange movement skill. And that magical treasure that could bring someone back from the dead. All these things made Tang Yi envious. I have to continue hunting him down, just in case he found something in the bloody battlefield. Once he breaks through to the Divine Core Realm, I won't be his match. Tang Yi thought to himself while recuperating. He was a cautious man. Although he didn't think Ling Xiao would be able to break through to the Divine Core Realm in less than 100 years. But he didn't want to relax. However, when he entered the bloody battlefield, he was only here to hunt down Ling Xiao. He didn't register himself, and he wasn't fully prepared. He planned to go out for a while, and once he was fully prepared, he would come back and continue hunting. He couldn't let Ling Xiao have an easy time. Half an hour later, his injuries were basically healed. When he walked back into the bloody battlefield, he found out that Chang Qin's body had been eaten by a hell demon beast. Only his waist tag was left there. He sighed helplessly. He took the waist tag, then walked back into the shelter and teleported out. Outside the portal, everyone saw Tang Yi coming back alone. His expression didn't look good. They were all confused. Looking at the name on the stone wall, Ling Xiao was definitely still alive. Didn't that mean Tang Yi and Cheng Qian had failed to hunt down Ling Xiao? Chapter 36-29. All the Kiliarchs who guarded the Bloody Gate knew that Ling Xiao was still alive. But no one knew how he managed to survive. Anyway, his name was still silver in color. As long as it didn't turn gray, it meant he was fine. Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. Right now, Ling Xiao was walking aimlessly in the bloody battlefield. This place was too big. Also, there were many demon beasts here. Along the way, Ling Xiao had killed a few first-star divine vein demon beasts. But, because these demon beasts were weak, he couldn't fuse them into a new beast soul. No matter how he thought about it, he still thought he would need a divine core demon beast to succeed. But he didn't have the chance to do so for now. This time, I finally understood how powerful a divine core warrior is. I was only able to hurt him with the Life Rewind, Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, and Dark Soul's Wrath. If I meet him again, I'll be in trouble. I need to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Ling Xiao knew that although the transformation of his beast soul and innate sword soul could increase his overall strength, they were only the weakest. But they were just supporting abilities. The most important thing was to increase his cultivation level. When his cultivation level increased, his foundation would become stronger, and the increase in his strength would be greater. Otherwise, 10 times the strength of an ant would only be 10 ants. But 10 times the strength of an elephant would be 10 elephants. The gap between them was simply too great. His current cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. If he could increase his cultivation by a few more levels, he would be able to face a first-stage Divine Core Warrior. Then, he wouldn't be so passive. After all, the advantage of having an innate sword soul was getting smaller and smaller. Although he hadn't met a warrior with an innate martial soul, Tang Yi's martial soul was at the 8th level of the Hotian realm. The gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. In the future, he would meet more warriors with higher-ranked martial souls. Without this advantage, he wouldn't be able to kill an opponent who was 4 levels higher than him. This was a real problem. He had to seize the advantage he had right now and use the power of his innate sword soul to increase his cultivation level. The first level of the Divine Core realm is also known as the Core Formation realm. This is the stage where the Divine Core has just formed. It is further divided into 4 small stages: early, mid, late, and perfect. The difference between the early stage and the middle stage was 10 times, which was equivalent to the difference between the first stage and the second stage. This was the situation of the Divine Core realm. Even if it's within the same realm, the difference in strength will still be huge. Yuan Venerate suddenly floated out and said, "That Tang Yi is actually a first-level Divine Core Warrior, an early Core Formation Warrior. If he encountered a middle-stage Core Formation Martial Artist, he would be instantly killed. Your luck is pretty good. The Tang Yi you met is only at the bottom of the Divine Core realm. Otherwise, even if it's the Wrath of the Black Soul, it might not be able to hurt others." The Yuan Venerate's words surprised Ling Xiao. He knew too little about the Divine Core realm. If that's the case, I'm afraid the difficulty of cultivating to the Divine Core realm is 100 times harder than the Divine Vein realm. Now that I have cultivated to the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm, I only spent about 3 months or so. Doesn't that mean after I break through to the Divine Core realm, it will take me 100 times longer to break through to the 5th Divine Core realm? 300 months? That's 30 years. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. You should be content with what you have. Your cultivation speed is incredibly fast. Anyway, when I was in the 4 major domains, I've never seen anyone who could cultivate as fast as you. You have to understand, a genius like Zilong spent 10 years cultivating from the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm to the 1st level of the Divine Core realm. As for his sister, it took her 100 years to cultivate from the 1st level of the Divine Core realm to the 5th level of the Divine Core realm. You, on the other hand, Only need less than 30 years, and you still aren't satisfied? Yuan Venerate said with a bitter smile. If others knew about your cultivation speed, they would have gone crazy. No, it's still too slow. I'm different from others. Ziqinya can guard the throne for the rest of his life. As for me, I'm the man who will unify the entire mystic world. 30 years, it's still too long. Ling Xiao shook his head. He reckoned the time could be shortened. Yuan Venerate didn't calculate the effect of the pills he used. If he used them, the effect would be even better. Divine Core Realm, how are the realms categorized? Ling Xiao hadn't heard Zilong talk about it in detail before. At that moment, Cheng Lai came and interrupted their conversation. The surrounding area was still relatively safe. Now, he could ask Yuan Venerate about it. Only by understanding the situation of the Divine Core Realm would he be able to cultivate more effectively in that direction. The Divine Core Realm, in the end, is just a pill. In the Divine Core Realm, the goal of all warriors is to cultivate their inner core into a divine core, and from there, increase their overall strength. Also, their survival ability. Not only can a divine core store blood essence, it can also store one's soul. It can become a warrior's second life. The first level of the Divine Core Realm is the Core Formation Realm. In fact, at the end of the Divine Vein Realm, a water core will form within a warrior's body, looking like an egg yolk. This water core is very fragile. However, it already has the embryonic form of an inner core. The half-step Divine Core Realm was a warrior who had a water core. After this stage, a warrior would be able to step into the true Divine Core Realm. When a water core forms into a solid state, that's the Core Formation Realm. After that, the inner core becomes even more indestructible, and it's called the Iron Core Realm. After that, it's the Silver Core Realm, and then the Golden Core Realm. At this stage, the inner core's defensive strength is almost equivalent to the Heart of Gold. Furthermore, the energy contained within the inner core is enormous. Yu Qilong was a Silver Core warrior. The silver core in his body was silver in color. This was very obvious. If he broke through to the Golden Core Realm, the true Yuan he released would be golden in color. Ziqinya was a Golden Core warrior. Compared to the Silver Core Realm, not only was the quality of his true Yuan stronger, his inner core was also stronger. However, until now, the inner core still couldn't leave its original position. Until the next stage, the Mortal Core Realm. At this stage, the inner core could leave the body under the control of true Yuan and soul force, then it could attack. This was the last resort of any Divine Core warrior. It was extremely powerful. Above the Mortal Core Realm was the Earth Core Realm. At this stage, a warrior could gather the energy of the earth and merge his inner core with the surrounding environment. Even if the inner core left the body, it could still survive for a long time. Above the Earth Core Realm was the Heavenly Core Realm. A warrior could gather the energy of the heavens and earth, and he could use his inner core to transform all natural energy into his own cultivation. Above the Heavenly Core Realm was the 9th level of the Divine Core Realm, and it was called the Extreme Core Realm. The inner core has reached the strongest level, and it can be called a divine core. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. The Wang Quan you met before, he was a peak divine core warrior, the Extreme Core Realm. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was shocked. Chapter 3630. Wang Quanzheng was the person who had taken Yu Fanghua away. Ling Xiao had even killed Wang Quanzheng's son. The enmity between them wasn't small. After a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao regained his composure. He finally had a goal for the Extreme Core Realm. Otherwise, he would be muddle-headed and wouldn't know how strong his enemies were. That would be depressing. Something has appeared. The Yuan Venerate suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked into the distance. A black figure was crawling out of the blood river. It was actually a huge crocodile. Furthermore, this crocodile actually had 2 heads. Half of its body was still in the blood river, but the rest of its body was over 10 meters long. It was estimated to be about 20 meters long. Ling Xiao had never seen such a crocodile before. 2-headed hell crocodile. The Taiji told him the identity of this crocodile. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes stared at Ling Xiao. Evidently, it had treated Ling Xiao as its prey. Those huge fangs made one's heart palpitate. The speed of crocodiles was very fast. Although its legs were short, its speed wasn't slow. The two-headed hell crocodile was even faster. A moment ago, Ling Xiao had still seen half of its body in the water. However, it had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the next moment. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The two-headed hell crocodile didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. After all, it had already seen many people stronger than Ling Xiao. It had also killed many of them. The auras of those people were even stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, although these people were weak, their meat was very delicious. After eating them, the crocodile could even feel its own strength increasing. Therefore, even if it didn't harbor any hatred, it would still eat to fill its stomach. It wouldn't let the martialist before it go. Ling Xiao's Taiji was also searching for information on the two-headed hell crocodile, a one-star divine meridian level 8 hell demonic beast. It was even more savage and violent than ordinary demonic beasts. Given his strength, he should be able to deal with it by using the unbounded heavenly rat transformation. For Ling Xiao, hell demonic beasts at the 8th and 9th level of the divine meridian level were the key to increasing his strength. These demonic beasts could be hunted with emperor-grade martial techniques. Furthermore, they could pose a threat to him and unleash the potential in his body to a greater extent. Of course, it would be troublesome to deal with a 9th stage divine vein realm demonic beast. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to do what they did to Changqian, using Shadow Dancer and Hell Shadow Strike to launch a sneak attack. If he couldn't succeed, he could only run for his life. However, it wasn't that troublesome to deal with a demonic beast in the 8th layer of the divine vein realm. The double-headed hell crocodile's mouth released a bloody smell. There were even bits of meat and some pieces of clothing in between its teeth. Was probably purple spirit armor. The warrior that it had killed was probably a member of the Purple Mansion army, and he had died not too long ago. It's either you die, or I live. Wait for me. I will definitely reach the peak of the 4 great regions as soon as possible. It won't take me 30 years. Ling Xiao sneered. He instantly transformed into the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger transformation. The black and white armor made him look even more ferocious and terrifying. The two-headed hell crocodile paused for a moment. 7 swords is 1. Kill. Ling Xiao raised his hands. The 7 swords formed 7 different colored sword lights around his body. Then, they merged into one and blasted out. The 9 sovereign sword art could be put to good use now. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't give up. He even thought about it. When he could combine 10 swords as 1, would the power of this martial technique increase again? As for those 10 swords, would they improve as well? He was really looking forward to it. He didn't plan to use the Rage of the Black Soul in a hurry. It was more useful to use such a powerful move to deal with difficult enemies. It was obvious that an Emperor-grade martial technique was more suitable to deal with the two-headed hell crocodile. It could also help him increase his cultivation. As for the consumption of potential, he wasn't worried at all. There were so many demonic beasts in this bloody battlefield. Killing one would be enough to eat a demonic beast core. The energy couldn't be absorbed all at once. Close to 90% of it would be stored in the potential cells. Therefore, his potential was almost inexhaustible in this place. To him, this bloody battlefield was simply a cultivation paradise. Boom! The terrifying attack exploded in the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao's 7 swords as one collided with the two-headed hell crocodile's huge head. After a moment of stalemate, the two-headed hell crocodile was sent flying. Its huge body almost fell flat on its back. But Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. Although this terrifying guy was an expert of the same level as Tang Chunwan, his combat power was actually much stronger than Tang Chunwan. The rebounding force pushed him back dozens of steps, and he almost fell to the ground. Good. Interesting. In that case, I don't need to hold back. Kill. Ling Xiao took out Ice Age and transformed it into the black and white swords. He released the 30% innate God Fiend Sword Soul. Like a God Fiend, he charged over. The two-headed hell crocodile wasn't very intelligent. The demonic beasts in the bloody battlefield generally weren't very intelligent. Perhaps it was because of the smell of blood. They were more bloodthirsty than ordinary demonic beasts, but they were also more stupid. After being sent flying by Ling Xiao, Not only did it not have the slightest fear, but it also became furious. Dragging its huge body, it charged toward Ling Xiao again. 9 Transformation Godfiend Technique. Godfiend descends. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed as he activated the body of cosmic light. His speed was as fast as light. The two-headed hell crocodile's attack missed. Ling Xiao's attack had already appeared above its head. The terrifying black and white sword stabbed toward the huge head. Roar! The two-headed hell crocodile roared in pain. Flesh and blood splattered from the head that was hit. Although it wasn't completely crippled, it was already seriously injured. The pain stimulated the two-headed hell crocodile's ferocity. Blood splattered everywhere. The two-headed hell crocodile attacked again. It swung its huge tail at Ling Xiao, wanting to smash the little guy that it hated to death. The most terrifying thing about demonic beasts was their physical bodies. The reason why demonic beasts were stronger than human martial artists of the same level was because their physical bodies were stronger than human martial artists. But there were exceptions. For example, a monster like Ling Xiao. His physical body had been tempered countless times and had long become extremely tough. He had been persistently cultivating his mystic world body and had become even stronger after controlling the Western region. Also, the Peak King's stage Black Tortoise Divine Body could completely block the two-headed Hell Crocodile's attack and wouldn't be seriously injured. If he added the defensive Purple Soul Divine Shield and the Transformation Divine Weapon, the damage that the two-headed Hell Crocodile could cause to Ling Xiao was limited. It was even possible that he could completely block it. Chapter 36-31. Seeing the tail coming, Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't dodge at all. He reached out his hand and grabbed the thick scales on the tail. Then, he lifted the two-headed hell crocodile up. The terrifying power shook the body of the two-headed hell crocodile and made it hit the ground crazily. Once, twice, thrice. The two-headed hell crocodile screamed. In the end, it broke its tail and fled into the blood river. Damn it! It's not a gecko. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. But at this time, how could he let this guy escape? The reason he killed the two-headed hell crocodile was to get the monster core and use the emperor-level martial technique. Seeing the two-headed hell crocodile running away quickly, he waved his hand and the 7 swords rose into the air. The cooldown of the 7 swords that he used before was over. It turned into a 7-colored sword light and pierced through the other head of the two-headed hell crocodile. Ling Xiao took the opportunity and shook his body. In the end, he used Ice Age to kill the two-headed hell crocodile. Ling Xiao took out the monster core from the two-headed hell crocodile and cleaned it. Then, he swallowed it. Except for a part of the energy that merged into his sea of energy, most of the energy merged into his potential cells. It turned into his potential. At the same time, a red ball of energy flew out from the body of the two-headed hell crocodile. It flew into the waist tag of the Purple Mansion Soldier. This should be what the Purple Mansion Soldier needed. It should be the blood essence of the two-headed hell crocodile. He didn't know what the Purple Mansion Soldier needed it for, but it could be counted as a military merit. The Purple Mansion Soldier called it the Blood Soul Stone, but Ling Xiao was sure that it had nothing to do with the soul. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can I increase my cultivation, but I can also earn military merit. After I have enough military merit, I can be promoted. Ling Xiao smiled. Men always had the thought of being crown kings and ministers. As long as they had enough military merit and strength, they could be promoted. He also wanted to be a general like Yu Qilong who had millions of Purple Mansion soldiers under his command. How cool would that be? And it would be of great help to him in the future when he ruled the 4 major zones. As a human, there was always something to pursue. Suddenly, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the river of blood. He sneered and said, "You've seen enough. What's wrong? Do you want me to invite you out?" In fact, he had already noticed it when the battle with the two-headed hell crocodile began. Someone was hiding in the blood river. He didn't know exactly who it was, but it should be a human martial artist, and most likely a Purple Mansion Realm soldier like him. He was someone with the Taiji eye. Even if someone was hiding underground, it would be impossible to escape his eyes, let alone hiding in the blood river. "You're not coming out?" Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly blasted out a palm. The force caused the water of the blood river to surge, revealing a martial artist who was hiding there. The cultivator was not young and was estimated to be in his 50s at the first transition. Of course, this age wasn't considered old for a divine vein realm martial artist. After all, once one's cultivation reached the first transition, they would be able to live for at least 200 years. I didn't expect you to discover me. I thought you were just tricking me. How embarrassing. That person laughed awkwardly and walked out of the river. He was wearing a purple spirit armor and was obviously a centurion. He was much better than Ling Xiao's. However, we are all from the Purple Mansion realm. It doesn't seem right for you to attack so casually. That person frowned and said, "Do you think I'm easy to fool because I'm a newbie? The moment I stepped into the bloody battlefield, we are no longer comrades, but enemies. You'd better stand there and not move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Xiao said coldly. This person had been secretly spying on the direction of the refuge. Ling Xiao suspected that it was very likely that he was specifically targeting newbies. After all, warriors who had just entered the bloody battlefield were generally weaker in strength. It wasn't impossible for them to be caught and killed. Haha, aren't you a little too nervous? I'm a centurion of the Snow Wolf Battalion. What about you? Judging from your strength, you shouldn't be weak. But why are you still wearing the armor of an ordinary soldier? He shouldn't be able to see Ling Xiao's true cultivation. He could only judge from Ling Xiao's battle that Ling Xiao's combat strength was equivalent to an 8th-level divine vein realm martial artist, on par with him. Therefore, he was more polite when he spoke now. He didn't show any strong hostility. However, Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of such people. He trusted his intuition and his judgment. It doesn't matter who I am. You don't need to know. Let's mind our own business. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We can live in peace. Ling Xiao said indifferently when he saw that the other party had stopped. He was more cautious when it came to killing. He had to have a reason to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. After all, humans were different from demonic beasts. This centurion seemed to be stronger than the two-headed hell crocodile. He was much stronger than Tangchu Nunnery. Although he wasn't at Cheng Qian's level, he shouldn't be far from breaking through to the 9th level of the divine vein realm. Hee, it seems like you are afraid of me. That centurion suddenly sneered. If you are stronger than me, you should make a move on me and not hope to live in peace. This is a bloody battlefield. Everyone is an enemy. To the martial artists here, demonic beasts might be good, but they want to seize treasures. Killing and plundering is the best method. That centurion finally revealed a malevolent expression. He had been testing Ling Xiao to see Ling Xiao's attitude. If Ling Xiao tried to attack him, it meant that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he tried to avoid him, it meant that he was afraid of him. Of course, this was the most basic way to distinguish. It was a pity that it didn't work on Ling Xiao. You have given me a reason to kill you. Ling Xiao smiled sarcastically. At this moment, he had yet to withdraw his beast soul transformation. He also had Ice Age in his hand. The battle could be carried out at any time. He wasn't afraid of the other party. Kill me? Do you know that I am the strongest centurion of the Snow Wolf Battalion? Do you think you can kill me? That centurion sneered. Unfortunately, not only have I killed a centurion, but I have also killed a chiliarch. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. He could now judge that this person didn't see the battle between him, Cheng Qian, and Tang Yi. If he had seen it, he wouldn't have come looking for trouble. But this was also good. It would save him trouble. When he was dealing with Tang Yi, he had used almost all his trump cards. It wouldn't be good if he was exposed. Ha 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 ha, I have also killed a captain. Lieutenant General Yu Qilong was no match for me. Who doesn't know how to brag? I am much better at it than you. That centurion laughed maniacally. He treated Ling Xiao's words as a joke. He felt that Ling Xiao was just joking. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.